Welcome back, everybody. You thought playoffs were over, but I'm sorry to break it to you. That was just the quarters, and now we move closer into the semis. My name's Infernosis, joined alongside my good friend here, Mick. And we've got ourselves two teams here in the Champions Division. St. Clair Saints varsity, the #1 seed, have only faced one loss so far in this season, facing off against the University of Waterloo, who had to scrape by the 6-3 scoreline, but upset the #5 team and are stepping into this one pretty solid. It's bound to be a great game here, Dallas.
It's bound to hopefully be close, at least if we're looking at the likes of VCT games today. North American teams just across the board know what they're doing. Even then, regardless, we're kind of looking over the borders, but we got ourselves something completely different when it comes around to these two. Obviously, the upset coming out of Waterloo, we're excited to see what this team can do in terms of potential because, well, they had an upset, so obviously they have some new standards set for them to kind of precede that. They have to make sure to live up to those expectations. But St. Clair, being the kind of squad they are, they're just going to have to show up to work, plain and simple.
Yeah, and I called it upset, but it was against the #5 seeded team, and they're technically #4, but I called it upset because it was a little upsetting. It was a forfeit win, and unfortunately, they didn't get to play their last match because of that, so they get by with a freebie, and maybe they'll be a little less warmed up and maybe a little less prepared for a, playoff berth here going into today's series. We'll start out first, though, the rosters coming out of the St. Clair Saints varsity side. One thing we highlighted before this game that we were intrigued by, Dallas, is the fact this is an all-freshman team, and they made it this far. It's Mzuu, Seth, Tapping, Caillou, and Sushi. A lot of freshmen, young blood, and they are facing off and winning against some of the best here in the Champions Division.
And I don't really think that matters too much, depending on the kind of seniority when it comes around to this. It's just more kind of intimidation when you look at the likes of this freshman squad and knowing that they're going to be in the league for, 3 more years. And that's the part that's really concerning there. Knowing that, Valorant is still relatively new. We see the high school scene. We see the collegiate scene. Everybody's still developing in their own right. So to know that this squad and what they're already accomplishing is outstanding in its own right. But while obviously we probably know St. Clair with their kind of resume and what they've done this season, let's look at the other side for Waterloo and see what they're going to have to bring to the table more specifically with their roster because, man, they're going to have to come out with all arms swinging today with the likes of Toph, Light, Kai, Havocs, and Curdy. So a little bit of an interesting, once again, a little bit of a switch up as we are going to the opposite end of the spectrum. You like to talk about that seniority. Well, we don't have any seniors, but we do have a lot of juniors right across the board out of them. So obviously looking to kind of go ahead and make sure they can set themselves up for a senior year and really get things together.
You talk about how scary it is to have such a young-blooded team. A lot of those players were initially playing on their academy team and then made the big step up to their actual varsity roster for the St. Clair Saints varsity side. And it's going to be interesting. Their only loss was against U Ottawa Garnet. Same thing can be said for Waterloo, but they'd also lost to St. Clair. They had faced off in Week 8, and it was actually a somewhat close matchup, falling 2-1 in favor of St. Clair, so it did in fact require all 3 maps. And speaking of maps, let's go ahead and take a look at the maps we're going to be bringing here on the board. Our veto phase, Icebox, and Split were taken off right at the start. We had to follow suit. Why not Pearl to be our first decider, picked up by the Saints. The Warriors select in towards Haven. Lotus and Fracture Band after the fact in Ascent. Well, where else but Ascent? You were expecting to see it here. It will be our decider should it be necessitated.
Yeah, look at this entire loadout. It's just nothing kind of new across the board. The Pearl obviously can be a little bit of the switch up in terms of just kind of the percentages we get out of these maps most of the times. But, Lotus, it's sadly not going to be in there. Fracture, still a little bit questionable. I think the teams maybe chose that, but then a little bit of a mess up in the bands. We don't know. We're going to be figuring that one out. Ascent may still be there on the table, though, regardless. Pearl and Haven, if these teams just close it out in 2, is quite frankly not going to matter all that much.
Whew, Dallas. I think we have our bracket as well available for you guys to show what our playoff stage has looked like up to this point. Like we had seen, the St. Clair Saints did have to face off against the Conestoga Condors. They won in that victory. The Waterloo Gold roster to face off against the Laurier Golden Hawks, where they took their victory. That one was a forfeit, like I mentioned before. The St. Clair victory was a 2-0 against the number 8 seeded Conestoga Condors. U Ottawa Garnet, not too surprised they move forward. No upset from the Carleton Ravens and no upset from the Lancer Gaming side to take down TMU Blue. Meaning the bottom of the bracket in this second semifinal stage, or quarterfinal? Semifinals. Yeah, we're here at this stage. Sorry, I can't read the bottom. Is the top 4 teams, which is something that we don't always get to see here in the NECC. Sometimes you do see teams that sneak out of their mainstay season, rated 8, rated 7th, rated 6th, and sneak their way into the semifinals with a great upset. But unfortunately, no, minority team, unexpected team was able to come forward and upset the major squads of those top 4 rosters.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the entirety of this, and especially what we're getting into, obviously that's setting things up for the grand. So, I mean, we're going to be expecting sort of a relatively close game. We know we're on the top side of the bracket. We know Waterloo is going to be a little more of a disadvantage compared to the likes of Ottawa there in the bottom in that kind of 2-3 matchup. But regardless, though, starting here on Pearl, a much more interesting map. We've seen a lot more of it here within the professional scene, so we can actually get a more designated feel of what these agent allocations are supposed to look like. There's a little bit of diversity there available, but I'm sure Waterloo probably isn't going to be locking those things in to say, we're going to go with the duels across the board. But we do already see St. Clair not even messing around in the slightest, getting right down to business, make sure they can lock these things in and know what they're going in with so they can start discussing that first round.
Geek thing to keep in mind, since we're seeing the St. Clair side lock in Harbor, a lot of professional teams still haven't really fully utilized Harbor, but if there is a map to bring it, it's this one here. And sometimes you see it in Haven as well, so maybe the St. Clair Saints really like the idea of bringing out Harbor, but we'll have to see if that necessarily will come true, but we're at least going to see it for a very fun first map. Obviously, the favorite going into this one will be the St. Clair Saints, having taken their victory in Week 8 and having only faced one loss up to this point, being nearly undefeated, but unfortunately not being able to state as they headed into playoffs that they were truly the uncontested #1 team. The Ottawa Garnet side having just barely upset them, and they're rightfully placed into that 2nd seed slot because of that. But with round 1 ready to go underway, it is Waterloo Gold starting off on the defense, and look what St. Clair Saints are brewing up. It looks like a pretty big rush heading with all 5 players possibly over towards that B side.
Yeah, I mean, already just kind of considering what the team's going to be going for here in the game. We see a Harbor and the Viper on both sides of the field. So, I mean, as you already mentioned, the pro's not really integrating it too much. I will say here recently, knowing that Super Week is underway right now, we have seen a lot more Harbor being brought into it. I mean, it just feels like there's kind of a little bit of a feeler period where I'm sure everybody was screaming with this man constantly. But now, I mean, we could say, quite simply, I think he's meta. Teams are starting to feel him and 100%. Understand him depending on the maps that you really get him out. But speaking of getting out there, we're already seeing these players overextend and try to get into the spawn of these attacker sides towards that B end of the map.
It's interesting that Waterloo are opting to meet the St. Clair side at the gate, quite literally, heading out here towards B-Long. With the high tides quickly dissipating and a cascade being sent back their way. Waterloo are meeting aggression with aggression. Having both sides harboring a Harbor could be a great way to just buy so much effective space for them. And once eventually that Tasmanian Tiger sends the go-ahead for the side here, St. Clair Saints, Waterloo Gold are forced to rush back as fast as possible, and unfortunately, they lose most of that force, if not all of that force they were extending in through B-Long, and they'll be down 2 players, and in fact, their third almost lost their life as well, just barely surviving the scrappy fight that was engaged in the St. Clair Saints, and the spike will go down, forcing a time to straighten out of the laps of the Waterloo Gold side.
Yeah, I mean, already some nice little initial picks coming out for the side of St. Clair. I mean, obviously, when you consider that you've also picked off some of the 2 most influential players, that Controller and the Duelist, sure, that's expected to be dead in the meantime. Just great picks across the board, knowing that you even then get a little bit of an exchange and an actual hold down going through. The defense can't get too much of a retake because, well, everybody on St. Clair's already done their job, and Q's able to go ahead and triple down. Obviously, looking for a little bit more, but can't really get the job done. But in a 2v1 situation, that clock really playing for the side of St. Clair, you're expecting to close things out, get that first, and give themselves a little bit of a force for the next.
Kaya did a wonderful job in that round. 3-1. Yes, it eventually fall, but Mzua and Fortaving not far behind, playing that one perfectly. I loved the attempt there from Waterloo Gold, just forcing as much Harbor utility as you possibly could in round 1, trying to meet the St. Clair Saints early, but unfortunately, once the Sky utility, once the Tasmanian Tiger and the Guiding Lights were sent out by Mzua, it just kind of sent them over the boiling point, and the Waterloo Gold side lost a lot of that effective emphasis they were working in towards on B-Long. Maybe if they had pulled back closer towards Tower and Pillar, they could have had a better chance. But the St. Clair Saints, they were fast on the draw and even quicker when it came to escaping with their utility. The Rays boost packed farther back to deny the Sky from the side of Waterloo Gold for that first pickup to maybe give them a chance on the retake. Denying that early was huge, and speaking of denial, Havocs, alongside 3 more for the side of Waterloo Gold, are taking huge pressure in here through mid-place, and unfortunately, it's all falling apart at the seams, leaving just Light, who thankfully climbs together 2 kills, but everyone else is just going to scurry away to the B site and get that plant out.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, when you see so much emphasis somewhere else in the map, you want to make sure just go ahead and capitalize off that moment, get yourself a free plant whenever you can. Light, obviously, not really the biggest threat in the world, but still done enough in terms of the economy damage to St. Clair to knock 2 of those guns out and still be roaming around the map somewhere with the sheriff within their hands. So, obviously, you can deal some more damage, get a couple more kills, but it just comes out to whether or not you can actually go for a retake of the optimal route. And I think going through spawn, it's going to be a little bit of a confusing route to take, knowing it's going to be a little bit more long range, but you can play it towards heaven. But it's going to be the #1 expected place that, well, 99% of these St. Clair players are going to be looking forward to. So already you're going to have that angle held. You're going to have players kind of sitting more towards the back of the map and just looking for a nice little closure.
Light's going to play as slow as they possibly can. Noting still using a sheriff of all things. Could have collected some of the weapons that were there, but, you know, bide your time, play for what you got. Caillou finds that final frag now, bringing themselves up to 5-1 and bringing the Viper's Pit onto the board for the side here of St. Clair Estates. It's going to be a very effective piece of utility, especially when it comes to this third round where Waterloo Gold will have rifles to work with and St. Clair Estates will still be working with the tidbits of weapons, the SMGs and sorts that they forced in that last round for their bonus. And even then, when they lost 2 players, Dallas, that was 2 weapons that now they need to reevaluate whether they should repurchase or bide their time for round 4. And I think they've opted to bide their time and just play fairly aggressive with a 5-stack through the A side.
And honestly, you can't really blame them here. I mean, they've had so much relative success so far getting these first bloods. I mean, they already know that they had the advantage going into the majority of these fights. But even then, speaking of advantages, you already see even more of that damage being brought down. Light can't even stay alive on site, and you're expecting 9 times out of 10 that KJs can hold down their own site. If they're dead, well, then you have absolutely nothing there whatsoever.
Tough doing everything they can to find a little bit of extra time. An onslaught of bullets there away. Sending out a quick cascade, just cutting off the sight line as best they can for the Waterloo Gold to maybe step in for the defuse. They've lost that ability, though, and it's not really stopped anything for the St. Clair State side. That Viper's Pit I talked about having gone down is so effective against the Waterloo Gold retake, knowing that there's a player hiding within this death pool of toxic gas, and you just can't do anything against it. Notice now that the St. Clair Saints, they're going to reaggress into the smoke. They're playing for kills, and they're finding it. Another weapon now dropped and handed over to the St. Clair Saints side. Rifle in hand now for Caillou. Sushi with the Bulldog, hunting for more. But Waterloo Gold got the heck out of Dodge, Dallas, and they wanted nothing to do with the danger zone that was that A side. They'll hold on to the rifles they forced.
I mean, obviously, that's going to be the best course of action here, considering the Waterloo aren't going to have much of really of a follow-up here in this next round, knowing that even then a couple players are picked off. They're still going to force things out, surprisingly enough, because Light obviously going with that Guardian, not even having it to really afford that armor when you look at the kind of economy that you want to have for that utility. And honestly, it's going to leave a lot of contemplation there from a lot of the squad to figure out how exactly they're going to pan things out. But I think, honestly, B, you know that it's there. You know that St. Clair knows they have the rifle advantage. They can play for these long ranges. They can win those, knowing they have the actual arsenal to back it up. But they don't really care all that much. When you don't really expect those Guardians that can really get a tough shot off, I mean, more times than not, with that first shot accuracy being better than Vandals and Phantoms, and still having that one-shot threshold just like a Vandal. But I don't know if it's really going to be nailing down these kind of angles when you see that you're going to need a 1v5 peeking over and over again.
We've talked about this before, saving a rifle in round 3 and just saying, hey, we didn't get the, the ending result we wanted to, but we're still going to try to keep some of the weapons we brought. They have money. Well, now they don't because they didn't get any at the end when they saved. The rest of the team still also doesn't have money. It's thinking about 2,300 to 3,000 credits. Your team's not going to be able to force up to match with full efficiency against St. Clair Saints. And saving those rifles is just forcing their hand, making their eco even more stringent. And it's just a dangerous game that they're playing. The Waterloo Gold side does manage to find themselves first blood. It is tough to take down the lone straggler that was the raise there for the St. Clair Saints. Tasmanian Tiger, though, gets sent out by Mzulu and only to clear behind screens. Thankfully, get the right turn, but a Cove now covering the plant coming out here for the St. Clair Saints. Sushi will guarantee swinging for the SMG range here for Toph. And it's once again Waterloo Gold coming out with a man advantage, but the flank watch being held by 4 tapping, and Caillou on site coming up big.
Yeah, I find this really interesting. I mean, this Odin pick I already kind of was intrigued by earlier on, but when you know that you're dealing with a harbor, better to get double harbors. That Odin is already showing exactly what it's made of and what it can do. through all the walls in the world that you want. There is 4 within this lobby, but you can just mow through every single one of them, so long as you have about 100 bullets to do so. You couldn't care less. Anything that seems like a blind set to where you just don't want to fire, you got plenty of spare bullets to be dishing out, and that's why you're finding so much success out of 4 tapping, because, well, they're never fighting the fair fight, it feels like. They're just able to spray things through, find free kills, and I mean, obviously, the Odin doesn't really seem like the best thing in the world, but it's the best counter to smokes if you do see this marginal amount of numbers that are just present there. So St. Clair making the adaptations not only in their actual agent selections from what they feel comfortable with, but better yet, also the arsenals with guns that we don't see very often, which I'm really excited to see, which they could kind of bring into fruition more. Even with that Bulldog that we saw have some relevancy earlier on those rounds. But knowing that now Waterloo, they do have an ultimate of their own, that Viper's Pit, which could be employed towards the A side, is actually stationed right in the middle of the map. So I'm excited to see more what they're going to do with that. Will this be more kind of reactive, proactive? But right now, it's just going to be activity being brought over towards the B side with the first blood coming out.
Let's take a note here as we see a very slow play come out here for the St. Clair Saints, then bringing the Viper as well as the Harbor. Same thing we see for the Waterloo Gold side. That's a lot of walls that cut off sight lines. And Harbor specifically has 2 huge ones, Cascade and High Tide. And while Cascade is a little bit more of an active use to close off space and slow down players and just hold off essentially angles that you would come from, like link over towards the B side and maybe over sewer from towards A, you also have High Tide that is controllable by its speed when you aim up higher. And you can also cancel the High Tide to give yourself a safe space for a plant while also gaining vision by placing a shorter wall. That's something that St. Clair Saints I saw do earlier. I haven't seen the Waterloo Gold side do it. Maybe it's just they haven't been given the timing to do so. But the St. Clair Saints find yet another pickup. Seth unfortunately gets caught out there by Toph, but it will still be a St. Clair Saint plant that will inevitably go down here on this B side as Mzubu will stick this for a long post-plant hold.
Yeah, I mean, already that operator not really having all the emphasis that you want out of it. I mean, once you're going for a site take and it's successful and you had that bomb down, you can't really get all the effect and all the results out of that operator is what you're looking for, because you can't really swing on too much. Even then with all the walls, all the obstrued kind of vision that you have there on the side, you have to just go ahead and play off the audibles. And with, well, a Viper's Pit going down, knowing spikes in the back of the map and a player already surrounding it, St. Clair have an overwhelming advantage to just close things out with little to no actual retortion.
Mzubu just finds an easy pick onto the Jet, holding an operator, aggressing before their Harbor is ready for the next fight. Swing back to the Harbor, deal with them. You know you're getting pincered. It's just a guarantee at that point, and there's nothing that Havoc or Kai can do. St. Clair Saints just need their 2 players still holding out on long to get the job done and spray through the Viper's Pit, and that's exactly what happens. A closed out victory, and Waterloo Gold have just found no answers. The St. Clair Saints look and are playing better by all accounts. 5 rounds now in a row. Typically see a 2-1 start. St. Clair's pulling out a big upset in round 3 has changed the momentum of this game. The economic problems that occurred in round 4, it trickled a little bit into round 5, and while they did force up for an operator to try and meet and beat, they forced it into a, I would say, wrong angle. Putting the operator out in the open instead of the Harbor the other way around, put Kai in the open and bring Havocs through back where they'd have a tighter angle at which they would need to fire towards. It just seems like miscommunications and the slight problems that Waterloo Gold are doing on retakes are costing them high impactful rounds, and even when they find first blood, St. Clair Saints still manage to get the round win because they're even taking rounds with 3-4 players left standing when arguably Waterloo should have a good retake.
Yeah, and I'm thinking it really just comes down more to actual map control. We're not seeing Waterloo really stand themselves up too much when it actually comes down to the defense. They're not able to clear all these corners in the meantime, and St. Clair are able to just slip through the cracks. It just feels like even then, in that last round, you're running into sight, popping a Viper's Pit, not even checking back U-Haul, for goodness sakes, which is the #1 spot we see defenders and attackers. That is the biggest emphasis of control when it comes around to that B side, and it just completely went unattended to. But regardless, though, one thing that isn't unattended is the middle of the map, as trades are seemingly happening all over the place, but even numbers, regardless of the fact that Waterloo didn't spend up as much.
I mean, frags are only going in Waterloo's favor because Havoc has the Blade Storm. That's why you bring the Jet over most duelists, meaning you have a better eco around. It's also a reason why Chamber was so heavily used for a while. Not just because they were broken and their utility was so fast, but also because you could bring the Tour de Force in a save round and still have a very solid attempt at a defense or an attack, considering what you were bringing on the board. And Havocs is playing this perfectly. Plant seemingly going down. Unfortunately, they'll be caught off first and foremost before Tapping still gets the kill. but it's just not enough to stop Kai, who swings back around the corner after just finishing Caillou and deals with forward tapping as swiftly after that. Waterloo Gold will get a eco round win. Nothing but Sheriffs on the board and Ghosts, and a Blade Storm saves the day. And that was all of Havoc's 6 kills essentially in that last round.
Yeah, I mean, some good closure there for the likes of Waterloo to get themselves at least on the board. I mean, obviously, you need to have a starting point, and a Thrifty behind a Blade Storm is the perfect time to do it, knowing you spent little to nothing there to find somewhat of an actual answer. But problem is, the answer can't be this player frags out every single round. That's not going to be your solution. That's just a little bit of a Band-Aid, and it's going to be ripped off because, trust me, when things get dirty, when you start rolling around and really just kind of getting down to it, that thing's going to fall off and you're not going to notice. The next thing you're going to see your wound infected and that thing's going to just start hemorrhaging. So far we're seeing some nice pushes being brought up to the A side. Obviously St. Clair just pushing on the back of a showstopper. Nice little exchange there towards the back, but you got space and, I mean, you came here and you got what you wanted.
Zap was vulnerable. It was an easy shot there for Light. Just gonna hit a couple body shots. Not fast enough, though, to stop the showstopper. Havoc's, though, in an engagement with him. Zulu comes out on top, and a hastily made retreat by the Waterloo side because the lockdown forces them ever so farther back. Sushi hiding in dugout is a very dangerous spot. Flashed away, and it's Curdy to pounce in for the frag. Caillou having to refrag over towards Havoc's, and Caillou as well swinging very dangerously for a twofer. Unfortunately, met with only one. They'll have to reaggress for the third, and bam! Caillou with the classic at that range takes down their doppelganger, and that's a reason they're 12-3, Dallas. They are feeling themselves as the St. Clair Saints will continue on, feeling that the round before was just a one-off moment for the other side of the Waterloo Gold.
I mean, yeah, can't really blame them. I mean, already St. Clair, I mean, just doubling down on what they had. Haven't really hit this A site too much, so finally for them to kind of see it coming to fruition here, obviously expecting somewhat of a big level of results, knowing that they invested the ultimates in the meantime. 2 off the back of that, actually, with that Seeker and that Showstopper going through. So not really too much concern for space here, knowing that, I mean, they're able to take it so quickly, but knowing that kind of worked with the ultimates, say, why not double it down? Why not try it again? Because we know B worked out earlier without all that kind of investment, but we have a reckoning this time. So let's just go ahead, dish these things out one by one, and see if it just keep on working for us.
Oh man, Light is feeling the pain right now. Paint shell sent their way, concussed after the fact. It just seems like everything they're trying to keep sturdy in the back there of A is slowly but surely being snuffed out by the St. Clair Saints. They just know, and they may just know that there is in fact a player of Havoc's lying in wait. Shoulder is spotted, and though the gun barrel don't stick out far because it's just a Sheriff, the shoulder is enough before tapping to secure. A frenzy in hand for Curdy rips away the HP of their doppelganger Sky, but unfortunately not able to finish the kill once again, and the Waterloo Gold side is left to wonder. It's another two-man disadvantage now on site, an eco round against them once again, and man, St. Clair Saints are doing wonders. Look how slow that wall was coming around the corner. Aiming high slows down the actual, I would say, route, the path of your high tide, and it creates a perfect line for the St. Clair Saints to cut off both Flower and back of sight.
I mean, regardless, though, I mean, that thing's going to cover up darn near everything on site regardless. Knowing that you had that Viper's Pit there as a backup as well, honestly, a little bit of an overinvestment, if you ask me. But regardless, though, you know the St. Clair, with how they're winning out these rounds, and it's more especially fragging out, they couldn't care less. They're going to find the kills, they're going to take down their prey, and they're going to make sure you're really going to start hurting for it. So already guaranteeing themselves an advantage at the end of the half, no matter what, worst case situation. They're looking really good, knowing that they've locked Waterloo out at just one round, which was just won purely off the back of a Blade Storm.
It seems like the St. Clair Saints really only ever push the A site house when the Viper's Pit is ready or about to be ready. Caillou is, they did it in round 3 or 4, and they did it in the last round, and the round before they'd also teased over towards that side just slightly. They really only like that A site when they know they've got the utility that essentially guarantees their success. B is a very gun-up engagement objective. They have the Viper's Toxic Screen, they've got the high tide, they got a cascade descent towards U-Haul and towards top. They've got the utility to create the firefights that they like to play. And that's where St. Clair Saints are truly being the better team, is these gun engagements. Yes, their utility is slightly better, their play style is more indicative of a cohesive strategy, but man, can they gun with the best of them, and they are tearing apart Waterloo right now with that. Seeker sent out by Curdy. Yes, the Cove goes down, but it will quickly be expunged by Curdy just the same. And though they find a first pick, Sushi gets the refrag and a hastily made retreat now for the side of St. Clair as the defensive lockdown will detain 2. This may be a great chance for Waterloo, but somehow, someway, Caillou still has the long shot. Havix is defusing. They've got to switch the Odin spray through. Is there time? There is! Caillou's got the pellets. The range is there. Kai will now be stuck with the diffuser, and there's no chance. The 3 players left for St. Clair get the job done.
I mean, just going ahead and throwing back to that note that you mentioned of the Viper's Pit. It's not just that. It comes down to grounds control. How much can you knock out with a single piece of utility? And better yet, what kind of pieces are that? You look at the Viper's Pit, it's the same thing for the likes of Fracture. It is obviously much more influential on that A site than it is towards B. It locks down the entire darn thing. But when you look at something like this map, when you have this double wall setup, and even then, better yet, when you look at Waterloo and how they're offering that double wall setup as well, you know that you're going to have your walls exactly when you need to. You have the Odin as a backup. You know you have this long-range gunning ability to win out these fights. But when you're saying, hey, KJ's getting close, Harbor's getting close, anything that's a big old circle, take it to A. But otherwise, we're going to be drawing these lines on B like we're in the middle of a painting tutorial. But in the meantime, you want to look for some mid-control. See if kills are being given up to you, and that just has not happened yet. It's already happened, though, at least once in this round. Where are you going to follow it up from? And it all comes down once more to who's close to these ultimates, who can actually get the utility off. And if all comes to worst, just hit B, because we're going to have those walls again anyways for free.
They recharge back as well if you got the high time. St. Clair Saints are pretty happy for it. Only takes a replace there as well for the toxic screen. It's just been St. Clair Saints playing a gorgeous series. Reckoning gets sent out, I believe, there. That will really force back the Waterloo Gold side. They just can't really step in towards side, and it will guarantee a free plant here for the St. Clair Saints. But it almost wasn't. In fact, it gets denied just barely. Havix engages outwards. Will pay the price as a boom bot takes away their life. But it at least gives the Waterloo Gold now a chance to actually deny this plant and actually forces St. Clair Saints to move over to the bronze plant side instead. Less defendable from long, but they know they have the gun advantage. They'll gladly sit on site and take those one-offs. Kai for the last 2 and maybe the final third, as it is light all remaining, and that's just the case. Caillou comes up big. And another round for the St. Clair Saints. It is 9-1, Dallas, with only 2 rounds left in this half.
Yeah, that's the problem there. And I mean, obviously, we talk about 3 being the bare minimum you need really for a map. Already starting things off and knowing that you have to win these next 2 flawlessly back-to-back, considering your economy is in shambles for the side of Waterloo, not really the best look for you. But I mean, on the bright side, you do have a Blade Storm, but once again, I mentioned it earlier, Havix can't be carrying you through these rounds. You can't not make this Havix a series, because I mean, we're in a playoff situation. Those rounds are not going to fly by anymore. You're not going to have a singular player able to actually hold down the entire thing unless they are really, really that good and been doing it all season. But that's just not the case. So far, you're looking once again another B hit going underway. You had the Blaze Storm employed in the meantime, but I mean, still, St. Clair does not have any ultimates to play off the back of that, except for the Speakers, which really, as I mentioned, is not a really big circle, so they're not going to use it towards A. They're going to lock this thing down, see where all these players are kind of hanging back towards, and they're far enough off into spawn to where you can get that free plant off.
So she's going to go deep in towards default plant again for long. You have to keep in mind their KJ's lagging far behind, all the way back towards Arcade with that giant Odin once again. Something that they had died on 2 rounds prior and was recollected there by Caillou for the defense at long. Caillou is the only one remaining now actively on site. Guiding Light will make things difficult, but they still squeak Curdy. How do you get away with that? But it's now just 4 tapping. They'll keep spraying through this smoke, and wow, the Nano Swarm finds this big pickup. They'll spray down Toffet Tower, and it is just 1 remaining. And they've got the perfect angle. The St. Clair Saints have one of the most gorgeous defenses of a post plant we've ever seen in the NECC, Dallas, especially when it comes to this map.
I mentioned it, man. Those walls. I mean, what are you going to do to them? Just spray through them. It doesn't matter. The fact that Harbor and Viper, the last 2 players alive, 4 tapping saying, oh no, what are they going to do? Throw walls into me? That's why I have an Odin. It's not a problem. I literally set up for this exact situation. I dare you to go ahead and throw all the util in the world that you got, because it's not going to matter. I know where the spike is. Do let us put our spike on default. That is the biggest problem, because if you keep on letting that slide, we're going to keep on taking freight rounds. I mean, you can already see it right there. 10-1, an opening pick underway. Waterloo doesn't really have all the money in the world, but they do have at least a kill to trade things off initially.
Trying to spray as best they can. The Waterloo Gold has at least given themselves some sort of chance, but once that Viper's pit goes down, things start to trickle more and more in favor of the St. Clair Saints. Sushi, let me go ahead and send out their cove, maybe looking for the safe space to plant down this spike, but wonderful toxic screens, and, well, snake bites sent out here by Top will deny things further. Before tapping, be aware that there is in fact a player there. Pops a swarm grenade to keep themselves some safety. And Toph will regress after the fact, but a hastily made getaway for 4 tapping will give them the safe space to swing back around through that central spot and inevitably find themselves victorious. And Mzuwu took down their one-man army in the back of sight. It's just St. Clair Saints getting their individual roles and jobs done. And it's given them such a huge 10-round advantage. They take the pistol. They're almost guaranteed to take the match here, Dallas.
Yeah, gotta see really what's going to happen here for Waterloo. I'm not going to say in the next map, but it's feel free to surprise me here. That's all it really comes down to. I mean, it's just a very, very difficult point when you're really looking at the hand that's been given to you. You're playing on a Pearl against the likes of St. Clair. Some people may actually call it that. But, I mean, this map is just so difficult when teams actually know what they're doing here. And St. Clair obviously have made themselves a little bit of a home grounds. They know how this map plays out. They know how to play not only into the actual util that they've offered into the game so far, but the arsenals that are at hand, and how to really just kind of play around that. The fragability and the shots that they hit are just there as an accessory at the end of the day. Knowing that they just have bullets going in their direction, knowing that players are just going to be there wherever their crosshairs are, it doesn't really feel like they're aiming. It just feels like, honestly, Waterloo's just giving it to them.
Spike is down. He doesn't even frag to start things off. Toph gets the upper hand on their doppelganger of Caillou, and it is a pretty rough comparison for the St. Clair Saints to come back from this. 4 tapping has 3 players to deal with, and all of them are holding towards long. It's not the best of chances to go for this. Theoretically could tap down Spike and try to bait away the tower player, but they swing a bit too wide there, Mick, and because of that, we'll have to fight all 3. Not the best of positions. And the St. Clair Saints will not be allowed to reach match point just yet. The Waterloo Gold will still allow themselves to continue to compete here in this map. But they'll have their bonus, and what happens in the 3rd round may also be the deciding factor once the St. Clair Saints start to get more rifles.
It's going to have to be a really, really clean next couple of rounds. I mean, just to go ahead and be flawless across the board here for the likes of Waterloo, because, I mean, those guns are going to be critical for the next round. If they lose at least a couple here in the meantime, knowing those 2 sheriffs are on the board, you just can't really let that happen. You got to hold on to these things. And honestly, it would be probably of your best interest to be going over towards this A site, work for the aggression. And once again, as I mentioned, going to play into that range that you know you have. But instead, they're opting for this B site. But they're playing it very, very slow. Knowing that St. Clair is probably going to be very confident in their playing skills right now, they're going to be pushing up, looking for aggression, which they definitely are, but on the opposite side of the map.
Look at what we're seeing come out for the St. Clair Saints. Just playing all the way back in. We talked about it through A main, all the way through attacker spawn. They want to cut off the Waterloo defense for long. And that really is... The playstyle is indicative of the fact that they are baiting out for default plant. And that is exactly where it goes. No bronze plant this time, which would have been better for the fact that they know there's 3 players behind them, or at least a couple players behind them. They did get caught out there by a turret. Just... Waterloo stick it. They know they got the gun advantage. They'd like to play for that for now. Turret goes down. St. Clair Saints just looking to be a big thorn on the side of the Waterloo Gold. They can force them to die to Spike. And that may be one of the better options for the St. Clair Saints to guarantee a fight. But Seth wants to engage. Until they do find 1 kill, Light is fed on the ultimate economy. Now up to 5 out of 8. Meanwhile, the Reckoning is out and available for Waterloo Gold. This could be their Viper's pit, so to say, that ended up winning the St. Clair Saints their 3rd round in a row in the first half.
It most simply could be, but I mean, it'd be a big task to offer, considering, I mean, obviously, you gotta make sure you're on that right site. So with that Spike already looking for a little bit of a mid-map emphasis, I mean, I gotta be a little bit confused in the slightest to kind of figure out what their game plan is going to be, because I'm kind of with you. Use that Reckoning as a little bit of a crutch, because you don't want to give St. Clair the 12th round. You want to stop it early. You want to make sure the hemorrhaging can just go ahead and be cut off right here, right now, and make sure to kind of create a halt to the pace of this game and where it's going. But you made sure to kind of set some strides for yourself here in the past too, but where is that going to take you going forward? Well, right to the middle of the map, or at least Havoc is able to go ahead and get one, get an upgrade of a gun, but what can they do with that? That's the next question we have to see answered, and it's not going to be much.
It's a rough go about it. Zoo and Seth finding 2 big picks. The St. Clair Saints have lost 1. Past that, it's been pretty much flawless. Seth finds a second target at the end of their Vandal. It's Curdy this time around. That mid-emphasis you highlighted for the Waterloo Gold has netted them no success. Little to nothing. They're playing through sewer. Kai is completely all alone, and Lights left them there by their lonesome. And that just means another free kill for the St. Clair Saints, who have the better weapons and arguably the better aim. Rifles gun down the last remaining player. It's Seth for a 3K in that round, and the St. Clair Saints will continue to drive the point home. They're at match point here in our first map, and this may be the situation, Dallas. We said, don't think about the next map. Start thinking about the next map, but at least make this one costly for St. Clair Saints. Burn them out as best you can. It is a battle of attrition in a BO3.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead and start filling yourself a little bit. See if you can get a couple more frags on the board, at least get some of your players, because obviously that kind of meant to, when you look at the likes of the scoreboard at the end of it, you say, at least I got mine. At least I'm neutral. Problem is, none of your players really have that benefit just yet, and already, I mean, you got to make sure you can start hitting your shots. And knowing that St. Clair, honestly, they kind of hit somewhat of a glass ceiling here. I mean, they are looking outstanding. Can't really do too much in the actual shooting department. Meanwhile, Waterloo can find that little bit more of a warm-up. They have plenty of real estate for that. But when you look at the likes of real estate here on site for B, which they're pushing towards so far, their Reckoning is going to allow too much, as Havoc's already pushing through all the way into spawn.
Havoc's taking a dangerous game against Caillou, who does get them a frag before tapping immediately fires back. Waterloo Gold holding on as best they can. Reckoning has already gone forward, sending a quick use of the Cascade to close out towards top. St. Clair Saints send one back the other way to close U-Haul. There is a player still sitting on default. Noticing that Spike is planted stacked in the center. This one more for a long hold without needing to, noticeably rely on the Radiant Crate for defense. Cove goes down. The St. Clair Saints will stick, and Sushi is not hopping off anytime soon. If they were to or get killed, a second player would just hop on instantly, forcing them to reload and buy even more time. A gorgeous retake for the St. Clair Saints. And I think it's just indicative of how the whole game went for them. They were a beautifully, competitively driven team with utility and structure. The strategies, it just felt like they had 10 times more depth in the book. And it may be the map decision that gives that idea. But no matter what it is a lopsided score for the St. Clair Saints. And they are plenty happy with the result now heading into map 2.
Yeah, I think quite honestly, the way they're playing this thing out is just outstanding. I mean, you can already expect Waterloo to be kind of giving themselves a little bit of a run for the money, but a round like that, a map like this, where you see that, 12-3, then 13-3, closing out and scoring like that, a 10-round difference is, it's something.
It's a lot. Yeah.
It's something. It's just, it can't happen, but obviously that map that's being selected, St. Clair, these teams that have a little bit more money, that have this coaching staff, that have these entire infrastructures built around them, love to excel in these newer maps because they know they have the resources to say, look, we can get a gun on this. We can watch the film. We have the coaches. We have the analytics. We have these people that can let us know how this map works and how it can be ahead of the curve. We're going somewhere a little bit more traditional next, and it's also Waterloo's pick. So hopefully things can be a little bit better for them if they actually do establish this as well, the place that they wanted to go to.
Well, before we head on over to map 2, let's give the players a little bit of a break and maybe a bit of breathing room after that lopsided victory. And we'll see you guys ourselves after our own quick little break. Stay tuned to see if this one will end 2-0 or if the St. Clair Saints will fall short of the quick victory and will have to move over to Ascent last. 10-round differential sets yourself up quite nicely for maybe a continuation of that success. It's, how do we phrase it? Something. It's something, all right. And whether or not map 2 will end with the same result, time will have to tell. But after a break, we're hoping that the Waterloo Gold side has got themselves kicked in the rear and had some sense talked into them, and they could put up a much better fight on their map pick here against the St. Clair Saints, who have just looked an insurmountable wall for sure.
I think that's honestly the biggest thing that we're going to have to look at going forward here for St. Clair. So obviously just what they're doing, seeing how they're playing as a #1 seed, and knowing that, I mean, they're just kind of playing the game as it's intended to be played. They look for not only the likes of the utility and the matchups and the whole rosters of agents that they have available to them, but better yet, they also make sure to kind of look into the gunplay. They look at the maps and how they're kind of being played out, and better yet, what the kind of allocation of resources are looking like when it comes around to the opposing side. Waterloo starting on the defense is really where it started to kind of bite them a little bit, because, I mean, St. Clair being the #1 seed, they're going to start with setting the pace on their own terms. I think, honestly, it's always a terrible idea for a lot of teams to just go ahead and start on the defending side, because, well, it's saying, all right, go ahead and take a swing at me first. And if they punch hard, you're already knocked out more than likely. It's going to be pretty hard for you to get up to get your own turn there. You need to make sure to hit fast and hit first, and that's really what we always say. But, I mean, Waterloo, it seems that they were just kind of folding over in that last one. Here in Haven now, as I mentioned, a little bit of an older map that obviously everybody's going to know and hasn't really even gone out of rotation, so it should be tried and true for them to at least understand this map, kind of have a better synergy across the board, and maybe get themselves some more rounds, or even better yet, an entire map off the back of it.
Talking about how Harbor is getting a noticeably more amount of play for a map like Haven, mostly for the Ace side of using their High Tide to close out Heaven, Hell, and over towards Hall. But it doesn't seem the St. Clair Saints necessarily like to do so. I'm not too shocked to see that happen. Stick with what's a little bit more standard, and we're seeing a pretty standardized lineup for these two teams. And in fact, it very well may be a mirror matchup with that lock in there, and that will be the case. The Breach, the KJ, the Sova, the Jets. And you got to make sure you got to control. You got the Omen to follow suit. Astra has pretty much fallen off for this map. Not the same thing to be said when it comes over towards Ascent, where she still is somewhat popular. In a bit of a fight there with Omen to get that #1 viability. But it is guaranteed Omen for this one. And the St. Clair Saints, the matchup we had before wasn't a perfect mirror, but it's not like the Rays changed the game for them. They beat them with every other util they had on the board. Yeah. Positioning, structure, strategy. Maybe the Warriors just didn't know how to play that map and got caught off by it being picked first. But with their map pick, we're hoping that the story will turn back at least a little bit more in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, they're solid in the post plants. They hit fast, they hit hard, and then once they get around to the post plant, they had so much in that last map with the Viper, with the Harbor, with the KJ, with the Odin on the KJ, with the Rays. There's just not really much you could have done when you're trying to actually hold that 4 button on the spike. It just wasn't going to happen for you. So, I mean, looking at what they were doing is pretty just kind of, I'd say, solidified, to say in the least. Knowing that, I mean, Waterloo, they now have to once again, I talked about the defensive side. They're starting on it once again. So let's see if they at least go ahead and change the tide of history, hopefully, and get themselves a first on the board.
Have to see if that will happen. Telf is able to step up big for a pick on a 4-tabbing, but Caillou gets the frag back the other way. Unfortunately, Light finds that refrag quickly in return. The Waterloo Gold keeping the man advantage until,
That's free.
They lose their Kai. And a free rotate now given for the St. Clair Saints to hit in towards the C side as fast as they can get. Waterloo want to hold for this defense, but it just doesn't seem a great chance to do so. Classic right click, huge damage, another target, and it goes in favor of Sushi. And what do you know? Cordy's got 1 HP. Could have been a 4K for Sushi, but give it over to Mzuo at another round. 1 for the St. Clair Saints. They'll start this map solid, going 1-0.
Yeah, it's a piss around. You couldn't care less, and even then, regardless, Sushi had enough of a performance to also buy up on the Phantom with the light shields. I mean, this entire round, that last one, the pistol rounds usually hurt the most when you see a player getting enough of a big streak to actually go ahead and give themselves something that just really flips the script for them. It's not just that, it's the Vandal, it's the Bulldog as well. We see St. Clair treating this round almost as it's another actual buy rifle round, but instead a little bit of an actual backup, a little bit of perspective change allows them to go ahead and humble up a little bit and say we're not going to go for that. But still, they are going to find themselves a very aggressive start here in the middle of the map. Looking to chow there, and obviously with the better guns, they're probably going to win that one out.
The continue shot chance for top, but unfortunately, it just happens. Kai, their second kill with the classic. Light with a Sheriff, and all of a sudden the St. Clair Saints may have just lost this second round. Light's now collected a Bulldog. Shrouded step forward for Kai, and the SMG can't connect the one shot needed to deal with Caillou. The spike's not down. Light can play this as far back as they truly need to, Dallas. The Bulldog's got plenty of range. Could even go for the wall bang here. That may be the case. Oh, Caillou taking a couple steps forward, and Light has still made no noise. Caillou's going to get caught off guard. This round will fall in favor of the Waterloo Gold, who scrap back a thrifty round, denying the bonus to the St. Clair Saints.
That's the problem. Whenever you see a player fall that early on, you have all the time in the world to go ahead and set anything up. I mean, I'm sure you saw the right play coming out of Caillou if you do see that round actually having just a couple seconds left, but when you have a full minute, even in Light, wrapping around, going through garden, shift walking the entire time, 40 seconds remaining on the clock. I mean, nothing's going to happen there. It is a complete wild card of where we're going to be playing on the field and what exactly is going to come up next. But regardless, another wild card, at least in terms of the actual rounds on the board, because it's a 1-1. Everything's even between these two teams. Well, actually, I take that back. Not everything. That economy is definitely favoring Waterloo 10 times over as it moment stands right now.
Caillou's going to close out here with the Blade Storm. It's maybe looking for a repeat of what Havix was doing in the one-round win they took on that last map in the first half. Could be the chance. St. Clair Saints, they're going to play this one slow, though. Making sure nobody's inside A main, inside that lobby. Caillou will be the player to swing towards long.
Here.
They're trying to decide where they want to stun towards, whether that be long or all the way over towards short. Instead, it will be long that will force Havix back, and with the concuss, may give the big momentum needed for the Saints to swing in. Updraft high. No player direct. They'll be stunned and concussed. A quick tailwind back for Havix, not wanting to engage that one as quick as they can. And a recon bolt snuffs out one target for the side of the St. Clair Saints. They just don't have the leeway right now, and it's pretty rough for Havix, but eventually they will find a first blood. But that is 22 HP left, and Caillou just needs a single blade, but look how quick Havix gets out of there.
30 seconds.
I mean, just playing it safe. See what they can get done in the meantime. I mean, already Waterloo, I mean, St. Clair, they have matched up in this round so far. And I mean, it's just been nothing but Waterloo able to just go ahead and roll things out. Because St. Clair hasn't really been in these situations too much where they're in actual deficit in terms of the kind of guns and what they're dealing with. But they could find themselves a little bit awkward. But problem is they only find themselves dead. Caillou's on site, trying to at least push things up, get a couple kills. Able to give the assist there for M's. But there is only so much you can do, considering that you're at 4 seconds and you don't have the spike being planted. So it's going to be lost regardless, but you can make it expensive in that post-round timer because, hey, go for the death, die, it doesn't matter. You gave a Rolling Thunder or at least a couple ticks towards it, but you made sure to lose the guns you had and get that extra money there in the rear end.
It's a bit of a rough time for the St. Clair Saints in that round, but Waterloo are plenty happy with this result. They've now met, I think would be the proper grammatical phrase for it. They've met their round tally that they had collected in map 1, which is a little sad to say, pretty much, but it is what it is. They've gotten there. That's fine for now. Maybe one more. Be really happy. Really mean it. Maybe 2 more. They say they did much better. Stun goes out. Curdy's going to go ahead and try to regress as fast as possible. Havix is the player to engage in through window, and it does give the St. Clair Saints a bit of a downward spiral. Havix with 3 kills to start things off, feeling themselves here. They were the big factor for Waterloo Gold in their round 1 and their round 5 victory in the first half. And they're trying to be the big factor in every round here on Haven for a second map. But the St. Clair Saints aren't done just yet. They'll close things up. And Havix is 1 HP. And St. Clair Saints could make an even 2-on-2 if they could just deal with Havix quickly.
That's the problem, though. It's Havix you're talking about. That's the one player that's, I mean, kind of been actually having somewhat of a little bit of an emphasis in this game. Having somewhat of a name on the side of Waterloo. Everybody else kind of doing what they can as best they can, but Havix just actually doing their job. Just saying, well, I'm here to play. I'm here to show up, and, well, that's exactly what I'm going to do. In the meantime, I like the little bit of an A split going on here. Doesn't really matter too much because they're not even actually going on to site. We are seeing the likes of St. Clair push all the way up to heaven together. You're not seeing coverage for one or the other. You're not seeing back and forth just kind of actually executing a site. They're just pushing together, saying, no matter what, we play for these trades. We make sure to get these numbers.
Waterloo don't have a lot of util to work with here. Nothing that would be great for the retake, at least. A couple smokes. Maybe the best bet for them. Havix will slowly move up towards heaven, though, and Oh no, Seth's gonna get spotted. A worst possible situation. Fort Tapping was not quick enough on the defense. Thankfully, Fort Tapping has plenty of util, and Havoc, you gotta get out of there. It's now a 1v1. Cloudburst is down. Fort Tapping can just bide their time. They've got to swing this. It's a stick, and there it goes! Yep. The St. Clair Saints will somehow scrap a rough round back in their favor to tie things up 2-2.
That complacency right there is a killer. I mean, already you've sat there stuck at half. You were right at that point where your entire team is yelling at you to stick it, stick it, stick it. But you know that they are eventually going to swing on top of that. So already, I mean, we consider that you didn't see another tap going through. It was a good read by Fort Tapping to say, once again, I can peek right now. I didn't hear that double tap. That means they didn't take off of it. They are still holding that thing down, meaning they feel like they are comfortable enough to just really settle in, get the round win, but that's not going to happen. And so you see a switch up going about. You see the guns now in the hands of St. Clair. A little bit more of a rifle round across the board. Not nearly as much as you'd exactly expect with kind of the switch up that we've seen so far, but tie across the board right now with 2 ultimates on the side of Waterloo. I could say the round maybe favors him, but they got to start to open up pretty aggressively.
Let's talk about how quickly Havoc has been getting that Blade Storm back as well. That is a ridiculous statistic. Shorty comes out, though. Sorry, Judge comes out, though. Kai to find themselves a kill. Fortunately, fragged back and into St. Clair Saints going up past that point. I still think I got the shotgun name wrong by the end of it. It's totally fine. Havoc's, there we go. That's it. The only one I did not list. Havoc gets a Blade Storm kill and is trying to give as many chances to the Waterloo Gold side as they can, but we talked about it in map 1. One man cannot save the day for a team and win them a game. We said it was Havoc's in map 1, and it looks like it's about to be Havoc's again in map 2. And it's a 3v1. Blades are going out, quickly running out. Need the headshot. Get the reset! And a third on top! Now for the 1v1. No ultimate available. Sticking towards half. Concussing them off. It's 3 HP! And Havoc's once again saves the day for Waterloo.
Clutch.
It's this guy over and over and over again. You can't let these rounds happen, but hey, you've won 2 more off the back of that. It's not just to get yourself on the board, it's to give yourself that lead once more. So, I mean, this is a very, very difficult and a very, very different situation what we saw in Pearl, which obviously opens up a lot more open air over the side of Waterloo saying, look, things are fine, we're good, we're here for a reason, we are closing this thing out. But once again, you cannot let Havoc's gas run out because that's not going to last to a 3rd map, and if it does, I'm sure he's not going to want to show up to practice next week because he's going to need a little bit more rest to go ahead and kind of recuperate there. But regardless, though, St. Clair, you set their economy back. You made sure to kind of shoot them down a couple notches. And that's exactly what you want for Waterloo when you're looking here for a 4th to try and get yourself at least guaranteed 6 on this defending side.
Havoc's now with an operator. What goes better than a jet and a blade or a jet and a giant sniper? A costly one at that. Pretty much nothing. Maybe a raise and a boost pack.
Raising a judge.
Raising a judge. That's also a really good one. The St. Clair Saints, they're going to try to hold back as best they can. A couple wallbang shots, maybe tagging there for Toph, but it will be a normal kill that goes over towards Caillou instead. It's an interesting decision to move Caillou into the duelist role here on this map. They were, what, the Viper just last game? And they were top fragging for sure. But moving them over to the Jet may have been a bit of an oversight. They haven't really been feeling themselves, at least as much as Havoc's, and it is a tough shoe to fill to compare yourself against Havoc's, who's had a heyday so far here on Haven. But it really is what you kind of have to do. Great spray fire for Toph. 2 more. Wall banged for the Colette onto Sushi. It is a tough round for the St. Clair Saints, but they were pretty much expecting to take this one on the chin.
Yeah, I mean, already just kind of seeing what's going their way. Waterloo to win themselves out 1 more. You're happy to see that not only did they make themselves another round on the board when they were expected to win it, they made it flawless on top of that. So, I mean, you're happy to see that they are actually feeling themselves. They are looking like they were just playing in their home court. Because, I mean, in that last map of Pearl, it was very obvious they were foreign to that map. They were not expecting to see what St. Clair was going to put on the field there, and for Pearl to be whipped out and then go 13-3, it hurts. You've already topped that amount of rounds once again on this map, so you're happy to see that. But St. Clair do have 3 ultimates here in the meantime to go ahead and find themselves a little bit more pressure to make sure they can win this rifle round, because, well, when you're forced to get out, you better have something there as a backup, because 3 players only have half shields.
Guys trapped here in the back of Seaside and pretty darn concussed and stunned. Paranoia does get sent to buy a little bit of extra time. They may need to use their ultimate to escape, but Kai wants to play the dangerous game, and it nets them 1 kill. Unfortunately, nothing more. They'll have to rely on Toph to swing in through the back. of spawn. Curdy alongside them. It's become a 2v1. Shock darts paying dividends, but Seth has to relocate themselves using that from the shadows over to this A side where a plant can go down, and it will buy you plenty of time. The downside of this, though, Dallas, Seth will have no idea where light is coming from. Not a clue. It could be any direction. They'll play the smart idea, though. They'll move up to heaven, and they can just buy their time. But a recon bolt that is still available for light may be just what they need to guarantee this position, but I think they'll send it early if they can welcome that idea. Seth will pivot down ramp away from heaven.
Scanning ahead.
Recon bolt does go up top. That'll at least guarantee they're not there for now. It'll be a hall play. Seth, perfect timing, and there it is! Light will fall! The St. Clair Saints will continue forward, stopping the 2-round spree for the Waterloo Gold and finding one back in return.
Yeah, we've seen already just so many instances of timing inside this map alone. I'm thinking I'm casting Call of Duty. It's just something completely different in its own right. But already, I mean, just good picks coming out there from St. Clair. Obviously being in a deficit here. We're seeing that, I mean, they have now won 2 rounds, but you could essentially call clutches. Sure, they've both been in 1v1 situations, just kind of playing the numbers there. But when you see these 1v1 situations, those are what matter the most. It doesn't matter in those first bloods. When you have teams and players that can do that, those first bloods are just there as kind of a little bit of a wake-up moment, because it doesn't matter all that much. You have one more player that can make calls in the back end and kind of help everybody out there in the process of what's going on.
A lot of util being dumped in here for the St. Clair Saints side. Waterloo Gold have 3 ultimates. That could be one of the main reasons we see them find good success here in this round. But so far, it's been Havoc's operator on the board, and you're losing a key part of that information gallery the St. Clair Saints are really looking for. They'll smoke off short, maybe something they should have done so previously. Really giving Havoc's that free leeway early is just not the right idea for the St. Clair Saints. If there is a player that will cut you down, it is going to be Havoc's. You've got to assume they're bringing out an operator or something just as deadly in their hands. It's just a big, short-sighted part on the side of the St. Clair Saints, Dallas.
Yeah. I mean, first blood, once again, just kind of handed over. It's the Sova, so thankfully you still have an initiator. If anything, you're going to lose for first blood. That's why you kind of have those initiators there as somewhat of a flex, even then somewhat of a relative entry, so that you can go ahead and be somewhat of a distraction for your duelist. But, I mean, the job's been done. The pressure has been exerted. And the site has been taken. So already, the big push coming in from St. Clair. They're not running back to go ahead and retreat once more. No, they're running all the way to the back of the map, but they're going to be going ahead and detained in the meantime. That is if even they stay alive long enough to be detained. Because Waterloo, they're going to close them out, and they're going to get themselves a 5th.
Wow, Waterloo Gold looking much better on this map, Dallas. To be frank, St. Clair Saints attacking has just been a little bit weak. Been very impartial to their decision-making.
I hate to say
it was...
best to play
Before we look at it and we go, hey, they've got 35 pages of strats for just the B side. They got 40 pages. All of them say Viper's Pit, but they got 40 pages available for B. Why does it feel like the St. Clair Saints just don't have that same level of strategem behind them for a map like Haven that is theoretically played way more than a map like Pearl? Just doesn't feel like we're seeing the same St. Clair Saints. Maybe they're a defending team when it comes to this map. That could most definitely be the case. But they've not really shown us anything that could prove that. Great idea coming out there for Caillou. Gets a couple tags over towards Havoc's, but not able to finish the job, and unfortunately he's left with just 1 blade. They'll need to pray for the 1-shot headshot kill. But Havoc's has the same exact thing in their hands. That tailwind is gone. That will mean that Caillou has the best possible chance here. But the flash will force them back, and look what Caillou's doing. Get set! Havoc's off the board! The St. Clair Saints don't have a chance here in this round.
Let's get just going underway. Gun to hand over. It's not the best one for an actual pushing situation, but you quite simply couldn't care less. Get yourself on the site so it can be done. Slight is not cleared, but everybody else around the map could also get somewhat of an idea what's going on there with the Blaze Storm still in hand. The right click could do everything that you need it to do and more, but you also have to still consider yourself with the players moving around the map. There it is. Caillou able to get 1. Can't get the second, but you're in a 1v2 situation. Things are feasible, but the gun in hand isn't the best. And you're right out in the middle.
What
but St. Clair,
bait.
with a pinch, they get themselves the next.
That was the, I'll say it, dumbest short step or shrouded step I've ever seen. Until you see how it ended. You think, wow, huge mistake coming out for St. Clair. That is so unlike them. But even if it was a mistake, it's very much so cleaned up. A great bait for the player that's playing in Walking Hall. And it's just a gorgeous take of that site with limited util and just limited weapons. They thrifty their way into a victory off the back of Caillou, finally seeing something that says, hey, we've got a Jet too. We've got a monster in the back pocket, and you've got to start fearing for your life just the same as we do. Havoc's playing up close and personal, though, step through the initial cloud burst, now going through the dark cover. I'm honestly shocked neither of these two players, either Caillou or Havoc's, died in that engagement. But a Hunter's Fury being sent out by Waterloo doesn't find enough targets, and St. Clair Saints sending Rolling Thunder the other way, and it gives them 2 picks easily off the rip.
That's just basically getting the entirety of the side open for him. Free plant to go underway. You're expecting 4 tapping, obviously, to be the one to go ahead and get that spike down, knowing the Rolling Thunder will be huge for you, but it's not going to do enough because the spike isn't even going to go down. Light in the back of the map with those shock darts. Even then, with the nerfs underway, the gun still works perfectly fine, and you've done just enough damage, at least to the other players, to make sure to facilitate those kills. So the 1v2 situation, Ems has to be able to clutch up, and with that recon dart just sniffing exactly where you are, you just can't do anything. That is an ace coming through for Light, a 6th round on the board for Waterloo, and finally, regardless, worst case situation, and even half for him, saying, thank God they get some breathing room.
St. Clair Saints on into another round where it's a possible thrifty. Possible. It's very close, sitting about 3,000 credits apiece. If they were to buy here, then they'd have pretty much nothing for the next round. So they're really hunting for a 7-5 split. That would be my prediction. But with the fact that Waterloo decided to take their time out here, they've seen how the St. Clair Saints have pushed every side. They've seen a C rotate. They've seen a C push. They've seen a B push. They've seen a B pivot to C and A. And they've seen an A side take multiple times. They have an idea about what St. Clair Saints are bringing, and they've realized once again that we probably have them in an economic position where they can't buy rifles completely to make a comfortable push. Do we go with an operator again early on Havoc's for that first pick? It's worked, but the scoreline isn't necessarily screaming to us out here in the booth or to the viewers or to the players that first blood has been the end-all be-all factor. It's too close of a game with Waterloo taking most of the first bloods to really say that's what's been changing the game. I think for them, they just need to play passive on site. They need to cut down the momentum the St. Clair Saints bring, because the St. Clair Saints utility has been gorgeous. Even when there's no ultimates behind it, the utility is there. It just feels like there's less of that gun-first prowess we saw on the map before.
I don't know, it really depends on what they hit. I mean, if it's the A site, I say push all the way do. Get aggressive on site, because you just don't really have the guns to be playing a little bit further back. But I mean, honestly, if they go for the B site, once again, you can facilitate that same exact kind of thing. How much utility is available? What are you going to be doing with it? Caillou, well, you're going to be running in with it, but can't really get too much in terms of the actual guns, because Kai is able to go ahead and already close out too. This round isn't looking done just yet, but it's very, very much more difficult.
Poor Tappin looking to
down, C.
flash out for their teammate. Unfortunately, that doesn't happen. Hamzu is now left by their lonesome teammate pretty far away, holding in towards Lincoln. Great pounce by Seth. That's 2 frags. What was possibly a really rough round result that was going to come out for the St. Clair Saints, now even up to a 2-on-2 by the hands of Seth, and almost only Seth. Curdy does have the ability to flank here from defender's spawn and catch them off guard, but a player holding on pipes will catch again. Seth wants to meet Light's tally. An ace in head for them. It may just happen as Toss drops it to a 1-on-1, forcing Seth to have their option for the ace. They'll have to use their From the Shadows. They'll go to the ace side, and we know exactly how this happened last time, Dallas, but look how Seth's changing the game plan. No plant and corner tally towards long ramp. Instead, planting for an active hold with a shrouded step usage onto stack. Interesting decision, and it may pay out. If they move to heaven, it may be a tough fight. But Toph is just going to wait for this dark cover to dissipate. Return is available. They just used it. It's an ace for Seth. Tally for tally. If anything Light can do, I can do better. Seth will eat it up in that round and give St. Clair Saints a chance going into this next one to tie things 6-6.
The number 5 you mentioned already, just going underway, getting yourself these rounds, round after round. I mean, you're seeing it now. St. Clair just keep themselves relevant in this, and all they have to do is swap it up. Just get themselves one more off the back of that, because you mentioned it. Will they have the money? Will they find themselves that? Because they want to force out in the next one, but they're going to try to at least create something here. And all it took was one at the end of the day, because, I mean, that kind of entire scenario that you laid out is completely swapped on its head. Light can't really make a buy, has to go with an Ares. Somebody else is rocking a Spectre in the meantime, and then everyone else is just dealing with half shields. Waterloo's desperate right now. But they have something, and they can still make something out of this. But, man, they have to make sure it happens on the hit, because the retakes, especially in these, like, 1vx situations or, you know, anything that's less than 3 players, just doesn't look all that hot.
We've seen a lot of chances get squandered, and honestly, it's been very impressive that the St. Clair Saints have managed to, you know, capitalize on some of these rounds that could have gone either way. Nanostorm goes down. The alarm bot was also cleared away by the St. Clair Saints. Dark cover goes down, and a huge recon bolt gives a ton of information. You know Toph's close, but you got to find that kill. A big mistake, but there's 4 tapping. What a spray transfer. What a kill. 3 now on the board. Sushi denies the possibility of an ace, but they'll go for a full house, the buddy ace, if possible. Sushi is the closest one over here towards Light, but Light gets the upper hand, and it will be route reliant on the final 3 remaining players of the St. Clair Saints to tie things up for a 6-6 split. And Light with only 70 HP, Dallas, and no armor, no utility. Spike having already gone down, stuck in a post plant. When you're talking about a gun-up engagement, this is where it truly comes true. And Light will see nobody in the initial swing out here from home. 1 player in hell, unfortunately swung by the short ramp, and you gotta step out, and you step into the loving arms of Nzuru. It is a 6-6 split out of nowhere for the St. Clair Saints.
Yeah, big half going in the way here for both sides. I gotta say, I'm a little bit more impressed and happy for Waterloo. Better yet, I mean, considering that obviously their last map, they didn't have too much of an actual impression at all. But here they are, showing up, able to actually get themselves at least 6, guaranteeing themselves a tie. And, well, that's all they really found themselves, and that's the concerning part. So the pistol round finally going underway. They can find themselves one more here on the attacking side, and honestly, this may be where they start to excel. Havocs, we've already seen the prowess of this player, looking good so far. And St. Clair, we said that their attacking side really was looking a little lackluster on this map. So I'm excited to see what could happen better, maybe round 3, round 4, but for pistols and 4s, you know what's going to happen. It's going to be a slow and steady default or a very aggressive push in the one afterwards. We're just going to see an outright W key competition.
And Havocs is taking that to heart. Utility caught out here for 4-tapping, but they just pull up the gun in time and get a 1-shot kill to Havocs. It's a bit rough. 4-tapping growing a little overzealous, swinging out there, and will fall victim to Toph. The Caillou gets the frag back, and Sushi aggresses out of A main and finds another player. But Waterloo said, hey guys, we know there's a lot of firefights there, but we like money, we like credits. They swing long C, they take control there of C site, get the plant down, and though they will lose the round inevitably because of that very attrition style loss of engagements early, the one-on-ones, just the failure for them to get those frags, they at least get something out of the round. And that may be the main go-to plan there for Waterloo.
Yeah, it's enough for it. But, I mean, just didn't work out for a first round. That's the biggest deal here. In that first side, we did see the 1-1 split. It was something a little bit awkward, unorthodox, but I mean, it was exciting to watch nonetheless. Here, though, I'm expecting St. Clair to kind of learn their lesson. Know that they can't really just kind of play this game like it's just going to be handed to them on a silver platter. It was earlier on, you just won a 13-3 map. You're probably going to be feeling like you're unstoppable for a second. But, I mean, now kind of being humbled, saying we're right back to ground zero. We just had to actually fight out for that pistol round. Sure, it was by an overwhelming lead. We can't get crazy right here, right now, because Waterloo will be able to shoot us down. Play for the longer range. We got Marshals. Get kills off with that. We got Spectres. Just make sure you don't get too close to allow them to pick you off.
Light's in a dangerous spot against Seth, and unfortunately will fall victim to the player. Seth ingresses early, not realizing that Toph would go for the quick extension out into sight. Though Caillou does find a frag back. A hip fire! What a shot! Leaving just the one in a final. Oh my goodness. Highlight reel moment. Caillou, what a round. What a goal. The St. Clair Saints now up. You called it. It's either a rush forward or it's a slow and methodical. The Waterloo Gold side have rushed every time, and they have met their maker. It's the St. Clair Saints.
And to follow it up, an interview. Or not an interview. Sorry, intermission off the
Well,
back.
that is after this, if the St. Clair Saints
Yeah.
win. So,
It's
not
whatever,
necessarily wrong.
anybody. But all things considered, though, I mean, just good lookings here for St. Clair. Able to get themselves something to work with, knowing that, I mean, Waterloo, they're holding this thing down. I'm proud of them. Knowing that that last map did not go in their direction. They say, this is our map pick. Completely forget about it. Leave it behind us. It's not a problem. And, I mean, they've already showed that resilience to go ahead and start taking its purest form. But, I mean, St. Clair, this is where not only do you give them time on this third round, Waterloo typically rounds like this, the third, this is where teams just kind of play it out. they meet that same exact energy. They just push outright, say we have better guns, we can play for longer ranges, probably go for a C push, maybe line up in the middle of the map, and get ourselves a free pick already off the board. And instead they say, let's slow it down. Let's give St. Clair an opportunity to talk about this. Maybe find a weird kind of roundabout way to get into our face with those Spectres and those Stingers, and maybe get something on the board and make this round expensive for us. It's a little bit questionable, but I'm excited to see what they could at least pull off on the rear end of it.
The success rate so far for the St. Clair Saints has been pretty good. When they take the pistol, if they've won the second round, they tend to go on a 3-0 start. Obviously didn't happen the first half. Waterloo Gold snuck round 2 away, and well, the rest was kind of history for them. Big spree up to 6, where St. Clair Saints were forced to meet, requiring 2 rounds in a row to go back. Curdy is swinging wide and heavy in through garage. Great assistance from the Owl Drone as well to do so, and Curdy is not going to survive much more past that. St. Clair Saints left with only 3 players, and it's really just a battle of making this round expensive, Dallas. You kind of expect a loss in round 3. They weren't able to charge an ultimate that gave them that success they had on map 1, like the Viper's Pit on the B side that really gave them the chance. They just have to make it expensive. And a B-sided push may be the perfect place to do so. 2 players in garage of the St. Clair Saints. They'll extend outward from there. They'll have to be very wary of the player, the Omen inside Hay. But if they can catch them off guard, maybe the best chance possible. Sushi will send out a turret that will give away their position. 4 tapping will flash out, though, for them. For Toff to extend. And once they have that, they would try to swing alongside Mzuwu to pincer in from both links on B. But losing Mzuwu from the A side makes things very difficult, and it will be very reliant on an SMG at range. And somehow, some way, Sushi comes out with the win. 4 tapping flanked. Sushi by their lonesome. Just spray outwards.
Hello?
It gets another kill. 2 rifles dropped. It is pricey enough.
Yeah, I'd say that's definitely enough, considering all the damage done by almost a singular player, or by a singular player, better yet. So, I mean, good standing there for St. Clair to at least get themselves something in that round. But knowing that, I mean, now Waterloo, that's big for them. On a round like that, I mean, obviously considering they're going to have the rifles to work with, they're going to have themselves a little bit of pressure. They don't have too much of an actual follow-up off the back of that because they want to make sure they have these guns more than anything else. And you really can't blame at this stage in the game. But this is where we start to see St. Clair, I think, once they get this money to work with, where they start to get a little bit kind of off the board. And you can already see it going underway. The Odin being bought, the Operator being bought. This team likes to stick to the tried and true because they say, honestly, that's how the game used to be played. The Operator set up towards A. The Odin right there through garage. What are you going to do about it? Honestly, absolutely nothing, so long as we just hit our shots. And they've already hit a couple of them because look at Light. Really dinged up, and then there's one more on the verge of death.
St. Clair Saints now a slow pivot, still leaving only Seth defending the C side, but with 2 players in garage. It's not like there's a notable absence of man count and manpower there. But the Waterloo Gold side is very dangerous. A recon bolt tags out Toff. Their initial play, maybe swinging in through courtyard, falls short. They'll continue to pivot from that C-long all the way over. But Caillou, wow, hits Light and finds another one behind for the headshot. Wall bang, Colat kill. And Havix is also extremely low. The St. Clair Saints may have just punched their perfect ticket! And Havix gets punched instead. Talk about getting barrel stuffed. Gets taken down by the Operator again. Kai, the only one to find a frag going in favor of Waterloo Gold. And with that Shrouded Step, you know they're there, Caillou. It is cleaned up. Hunting for that ace. Paranoid onto Toff. Toff has to get through 3. They want a chance, and they won't even find that 1 to get the job done. It's Sushi with the final frag.
They're not messing around. Go for the kill, find the closure. Don't even worry about anything after that point. But St. Clair now still sitting with 2 ultimates on the board. Waterloo having that shutdown to work with in the meantime. It's going to be good looking for them, but problem is you just don't have the money or the resources to back it up. You're going to see somewhat of a relative buy coming through for them just to kind of have somewhat of a say in this fight, but it's not going to be this round that they're going to find themselves too much. This is another one of those rounds where you're saying just make it expensive because St. Clair, if we can lock them out at 10, is that choke point check hold situation that we see all the time. And I don't know, man. I don't think St. Clair's really too much of an actual victim to that. I think if you look over the course of the season, there's only maybe been, I want to say, probably around 5 maps where they've actually been held out at 10. But, I mean, hey, no time like the present to really go ahead and kind of bring it back.
Seth will go ahead and hold on platform. Great isolation there onto Curdy. Toff Gonna be very wary of players in your dark cover here, Seth. The paranoia tagged him initially. Toph hasn't realized they pivoted away from platform, though, and Seth sees them first, just barely in time. Caillou alongside them to finish up the kill. Bladestorm good for 2, and Seth closes out for more. Final frag,
Oh my
Caillou!
God!
And it's another buddy ace. So the St. Clair Saints, full house, lay out the cards. It is working for the St. Clair Saints. They will go up to 10-7.
I mean, to be expected. We already kind of called the 10th round to go underway here, to kind of come to fruition here for the side of St. Clair, but knowing that a Bladestorm was invested in the meantime, you're kind of happy with that. You're just a little bit more disappointed that, honestly, would have liked a couple more guns to be dropped than an actual ultimate to be popped, because at the end of the day, not the most influential thing in the world, and honestly, St. Clair, they're ready for it. They said, we are well aware of that. We can save more guns, get more ultimates off the board, knowing it's a Hunter's Fury and a Bladestorm, two of the most, I'd say, underwhelming on this map specifically, then hey, we can get things done and we can just kind of worry about everything else later on. So knowing that still coming here soon, Seth with the From the Shadows coming up here soon, Sushi 2 away, 4 tapping 2 away. That's really what you're concerned about. Can they get those kills? Will they be pushed on that side? Well, KJ definitely is, because already there looking at A main. Operator there no more, but M's in the back of the map, able to go ahead and get one in the meantime. You created that stall perfectly. What are you going to do as an actual counter? Absolutely nothing. Back up, because that KJ, you have no way to counteract it.
Oh no. Notes, player down in Hell Dallas, and they will be out of the range of that lockdown. Zuu just barely, though, can't survive. A play comes in from Curdy through long, and the smokes just weren't there fast enough for St. Clair Saints. It's a bit rough. Dirty around the edges for the Waterloo goal, but they will get spiked down, and they will now have control over here for the A side. Kai will shrouded step down into Hell. That gives him a great spot to throw down a smoke and or a paranoia here in walkway. Self is holding one of their own. Paranoia does go out. Smoke as well to drop forward towards shorts, hopefully denying a play in. Oh, sorry, that's in lobby. Hoping to deny a play in for the St. Clair Saints, but they're going to swing in fast. St. Clair Saints, they want to go for these gunfights, and it is working. Just Toph remaining. Player who placed the lockdown, do they know where they are? They'll tap diffuser, they turn in time. Sushi with a nice shot. And the St. Clair Saints will somehow, someway, once again, scrape another round in their favor. They'll go up to 11. And if Waterloo bought that last round, can they buy up in this one? The loser's bonus may give them just enough. Ah, it's going to be close.
Yeah,
I think Havoc saving may have saved the day for them to allow for them to force up. But it's still rough.
yeah, I don't know about this one. I mean, because even if you win it, you got to win it by basically a flawless record. I mean, I got to give props. You got to win it by a flawless record, though, because, I mean, considering that money, you get that switch up. You're on the attacking side. That's a very guaranteed 300 credits for everybody. I mean, considering they get the spike down. If you don't get the spike down, I mean, you're basically throwing at this point in the game. You cannot let that happen. You have to play off that objective. But, I mean, already look at their little peak going underway, and they kill to come through with it. That's a rough start.
How many times do we see a Hunter's Fury find impact? It's pretty slim down. Light still manages to do so. Havocs will tailwind in from Garage, collecting the spike.
Ooh, hello.
A wonderful flash. Wow. Allows for Caillou to lose their eyeballs just long enough to clean up for the frag afterwards. Huge rolling thunder sent out by the St. Clair Saints, and they are punching their ticket home to a possible round win, but Toph is not done just yet. 1 HP for Mzulu, and he got 2 players to deal with. Recon Bolt, Gig, Odin shots, and barely surviving. Mzulu with 18 HP of themselves. I think Toph will get the kill. They swing at the wrong time. Where are you going, Mzulu? The wrong way. That's the answer. Deal with the player in front of you. That will give Waterloo Gold a good chance. But like you said, not flawless, which means they're still in a really iffy position when it comes to their purchases. But they did steal away that oh-so-expensive sniper. Straight from the hands there of the St. Clair Saints. An operator now on the board for Waterloo.
Yeah, a good pickup for them, especially. I mean, I'd say probably the Odin could be a little bit better for that attacking style. But, I mean, if you want to go for these kind of awkward angles, a lot more longer lineups, especially with Toph kind of maybe playing that post-plant situation as they should be, you're going to be in really good shoes here, knowing that even then, better yet, you locked out St. Clair to 11. So you're not having that over-dreading presence of number 12, Matt Point. Cannot mess up anymore past that point. Just got to make sure that you do things right past this time. And Caillou isn't really the one doing that. Pushing all the way into spawn, not really too much of an actual follow-up. Maybe a little bit of util to set them up, but not enough actual player presence to make sure you can guarantee those kills.
I don't know what Caillou was doing there. It's a rough decision. Slow play coming out here for the St. Clair Saints. Before tapping, could have swung to the player going for the defuse. Instead, just sits in the opening of walk away from Garage. That hall is such an easy area to defend, but you gotta step out of the smoke. Don't just stand in the open. Try to find that Radiant Cubby. The St. Clair Saints obviously weren't working with that much heading into this round, and they'll have to try to scrap something together. 3 players. They may play for a post plant. Try to go for the cleanup kills instead. I think that's what Seth is currently doing over towards attacker spawn. Waterloo will hastily make their retreat away from the objective to the safe space. And this is where the St. Clair Saints will now go for these kills. Toph will be heavily damaged. Shock Dart may finish them, actually. It may not be enough in the end. They know exactly where they are. Start firing! It's a smoke! St. Clair Saints, what are you doing?
They're going to the next one. Not worried about it. Yeah, I don't know. A little awkward. But, no problem. Another round going away here. 9-11 on the score. Waterloo, thankfully, showing a lot more presence here in this game. Regardless, even if St. Clair does end up closing out this map, you're happy to see that Waterloo at least went down with somewhat of a fight. That's the biggest takeaway here, is knowing that after that first map, they're just not really concerned too much about it anymore, and they can show that obviously they can play with the best. But knowing that in a situation like this, I mean, if you can play with them, why not just beat them at this point? You were this close in this matchup. You were rounds away from tying things up. You were 3 rounds off. One more difference just from that tie, from actually guaranteeing yourself a map point in an overtime, or hey, just go ahead and knock it home if you get the economy there, because if you go winning, I guarantee you that economy is just going to go ahead and develop naturally. But already, I'm on the clock. St. Clair holding things down. Once again, looking for aggressive pushes. But Waterloo, the one actually going ahead and kind of scheming something out to push for the seaside.
Let's talk about natural progression. Waterloo don't have that luxury to kind of wait for things to naturally start to favor them. They've got to expedite their approach. And the St. Clair Saints finding first pick. Or at least able to deny it for a moment. But Havoc's refrag back in their tailwind deeper towards site do slow things down ever so slightly. Seth will move over towards the platform, now forced to clear that recon bolt. Sends out a paranoia of their own, and while they did have the drop, they've got to do a better job of that. Havoc's refragged after that pickup. The St. Clair Saints have a man advantage, and the issue is they don't have Spike, but look here, player in A lobby, it's Caillou! 1 and 2! St. Clair Saints will reach match point, series points, and Caillou has been a huge help for it. 26 and 16, picking up the pace. But it still has been Waterloo Gold on a bit of an upward turn. Anything could still happen. They take 2-3 in a row, and now all of a sudden you're in OT.
Yeah, I mean, it's still definitely feasible here. I mean, Waterloo, the kind of rounds they've been putting on the back of themselves, and knowing that even though they have a buy-in a round like this, you're happy to see it. But I mean, it also comes down to the ultimate economy. St. Clair doesn't have too much. That's the upper hand you have. A Rolling Thunder available to get a free push onto a site. Or if you manage to get yourself a little bit of a post plant, you can just kind of play for that stall, work off the timer, and an early stun going right through into the main. You're expecting to get some damage off, and you have successfully done that, but you haven't gotten a free kill for nothing. You need to see what you can actually do when you're running into these players' heads, and Caillou didn't really get that opportunity.
Toph has been a huge threat, Dallas. I think if there's one name we've been calling out so effectively the last 5-6 rounds, it has been Toph. Havoc's we kind of expect. That is the player, the one go-to. Past that's been the dangerous point, and look what we're seeing from Seth. That was the only angle to work from. The omen for the side here, Waterloo had, from the shadows, used their ultimate to the back of that site towards platform where Seth usually lies. Seth kind of realized that. Take the aggressive stance, go 1-for-1, and just play from there. The St. Clair Saints now, do you go for the lockdown? I think you have to. Clear him away from that site, but you just, there's nowhere to plant it, to defend it from the long hole. You just guarantee him away from the point, but that's it. 4 tapping. Concussive blast out. Shock Dart is ready for light. They've got this one readied. It will go far. Nanoswarm as well to buy more time. Mzuu with the Odin. They'll let their KJ stick it, though. Eat the Shock Dart. It's fine. The team itself will play long. The second Nanoswarm, though, makes things difficult, and they didn't get to stick it to half. It's now a 2v1. They'll have to hold on. Mzuu, you gotta be held and defended. Where's the ammo, Sushi?
What?
You needed to go for it. What's going on? Waterloo will reach double digits and now climb to 10. Gotta reload, folks.
You gotta reload. You gotta spray Spike when you know there's a KJ alive. You gotta push when you know that KJ is alive. Or if you're ever planning on seeing no players are more than likely set up on long. Not a loss, but I mean, Waterloo wins it, and I'm not really complaining. Keep this game close, keep it steady, keep it interesting. Maybe keep us rolling along for a third. We're not quite sure just yet, but with the plays from underway, you could go ahead and create a pretty adamant halt to that if they do end up actually just finding insane results in a round like this.
Look what St. Clair Saints are doing, though. They're taking the fight early. They want to end this. They want to take the advantage.
Yep.
It's an interesting decision. I don't necessarily hate it. Something they kind of have to do. Judge is out. Speedy. Fast as you can get. Bladestorm for Havocs, and I think that's it. I think it's gone. They've got one blade, if that, left. No, that's it. The Bladestorm that was so effective for them previously is off the board. Curdy will stick this plant. Caillou will pivot in through garage window. Top is holding defender spawn. They'll play an angle that's maybe unexpected. High and mighty. There's the shot from Caillou! What a monster! Fortunately, there's light. 2, 3! Burying even more! Once there's an impressive affair for St. Clair Saints, they'll meet back the other way. Seth will bite the util from Curdy. Bites the dust after the fact. Mzua with only a frenzy. Shock Dart to drop a weapon. That's what they're playing for, but it's just not going to be enough. Pulls at a stinger that's left on the ground elsewhere. That one will be a costly round for Waterloo. But you didn't buy anything for Havocs. Kai at 2,100, 1,500 for Curdy. They can still force. And this very well. 3 ults, Dallas. This is probably going to OT.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you there. I mean, St. Clair's already kind of guaranteed themselves that, obviously, with the map point. It was a little bit rocky to get to that point, but I mean, still, they found it, and that's all that really matters at the end of the day. You buy yourself more time, and you just don't worry about the ultimates. You're always going to have money. You can figure out the strategies of that. I mean, those are just kind of the linguistics you're not worried about. But now, sitting in a point like this, you mentioned the ultimate economy for this. Already, the Hunter's Fury could be somewhat of a counter there for that KJ shutdown. So, I mean, that's not too much a concern. The Rolling Thunder is what I'm worried about. I mean, there is no real counter to that. That is a free run away, and that's all it really comes down to. Nothing really behind it. But Seth, though, already coming out with the initial pick, that ultimate we just talked about, isn't really a factor anymore. You found a first blood, and it was on a Sentinel who was overextending.
And that's a lockdown. And on top of that, the Hunter's Fury didn't find anything either. The Rolling Thunder sent, and there's not a single player of the St. Clair Saints on that A side. This is the most retakeable objective in all of Valorant. Lovely statistic. And it's made easier with a Hunter's Fury. Curdy goes down. An extension by St. Clair. They may have just punched their ticket, and that will be it. It's just lights! And it's lights out! St. Clair Saints will stop the hemorrhaging. The only apt description for it. 13-11 our scoreline. Much closer than Map 1's result, Dallas. But maybe a bit too close if you're a St. Clair Saints fan.
Yeah, I mean, you're not really worried about that, though, all things considered, knowing, I mean, how well Pearl went for you, especially in a semifinal situation. But knowing, I mean, this game, obviously, with the distance, I was expecting that from Haven. Maybe not a 6-6 half, or even then going into a 13-11 for the entire game, but definitely something a little bit closer to find yourself maybe in a kind of 9-13, favoring Waterloo kind of ordeal, but that just didn't happen here. St. Clair, they won so many rounds in those 1v1 situations, and they were just finding so many streaks underway, especially when it came around to when it mattered most. And all the rounds that they won, after that little fluke they found on round 2, they didn't care anymore. They put it behind them and started to just really tighten up.
St. Clair Saints will, unfortunately, be forced to relive a replay session that was twice as long as our Map 1 one. It was a much closer game. Waterloo won their map pick, actually put up a wonderful fight, and I was honestly expecting OT. The fact that the St. Clair Saints had survived the onslaught of ultimates sent their way. The Rolling Thunder sent too early by Waterloo. Could have been saved for a post plant. The Hunters Free when they thought they had enough, but they just didn't have enough.
Yeah.
Hey, Topstead, what do we do? Let's send out an ultimate. You didn't have anything past it, and that's the problem that we say plagues the collegiate scene, Dallas.
Yep.
Hunter's Fury with no information, with just a guessing game, so to say, and the guess doesn't work, the gamble falls short, and St. Clair Saints will easily take that round under stride. And man, while the map is close, the scoreline in total still shows that they were the better team. A 2-0 victory. Then we're going to have an interview with the St. Clair player coming up after this quick little break, so make sure you guys stay tuned, especially if you're a St. Clair Saints fan. We're going to have one of these players tell us how it is and really highlight what they did to get the job done and what they've got planned for the future. Stay tuned. We've got ourselves back into the action, and this one a little bit less guns up and more heads up. We got our 3 heads, pretty heads coming in. Caillou most specifically sitting right dab smack in the center. We've got St. Clair Saints coming in for an interview. Caillou, thank you very much for joining us once again, or say maybe first time for you since we hadn't said it with you in the booth. Congratulations on your victory. I'll ask the first question to get things started. So let's set the tone with an easy one. How you feeling after a victory like that?
Thank you for having me, and honestly, amazing. It was good. We did what we needed to do as a team. Came out on top.
I mean, plain and simple, I mean, you got to give it to you, but I mean, all things considered, I mean, to get to that point, obviously, Haven was a little bit, I wouldn't say lackluster. I mean, everybody knows that map is not really the biggest deal in the world, but even then more so when it comes around to Pearl, I mean, the first couple rounds of that map of Haven, y'all seem like very confident. When it comes down to that mentalitude of your team and what y'all were doing, in those slip-ups, how's it always feel kind of bouncing back and saying, look, is it more of just one player saying, let's kind of rope things in, or is it kind of unanimous to say, look, we're going to get things together, we can't let something like that happen again?
Yeah, the game was quite close because we did have a couple mistakes. Like when we were up man, we gave up a little bit. Man advantage, but it's okay. We bounced back as a team, make sure we need to do what we need to do to get the rounds back. We'd always keep a good mental no matter what happens and keep good positive energy. Vibes up.
Himself. I'm sure your mental was really good after that first map, and a very lopsided affair. You guys were beautiful. I think that me and Dallas were highlighting you guys and your strategy and your post-plant defense on that B side. It was just a gorgeous map overall for you guys, but y'all did make some changes between map 1 and map 2, and I'm not just talking about the score line going more in favor of the Waterloo side, thankfully not needing a third map for you guys. You made one of the biggest changes. You switched off, I believe it was Viper from map 1, and then pivoted over to the Jet on map 2, and it worked a little bit early, but then you came into your element. You had gorgeous round of the Blade Storm, a lot of impact. How is it to make a change like that? Is that something you guys do often, or is that something that just you were top frag on first map, just let feed the beast and go in a second?
We were talking about it pre-game. It was my first time actually running Jet, so we kind of had to change some stuff up, so we thought it was the best option for now. We do make that choice every once in a while and to switch on roles, but most of my teammates are versatile and can play a lot of things. So I can play smokes, initiators. I know Ems can play duelist, initiator. Like, we can all play everything. Forward tapping is the best IGL, can play literally anything. Steph's versatile. We can play everything.
Well, I mean, that's good to hear. I mean, because obviously you guys are going to have to flex it a little bit more considering you're now moving on to the grand finals. So, I mean, how's it feel going forward into that? And better yet, knowing that you're probably already favored to just make it into playoffs here, considering for Nationals coming here soon. Everybody can go on VLR and see your record so far. I'm sure we're all kind of looking forward and hopefully Nationals see you guys up against Northwood once again. If you do have any words for the future and what to look out for, what would that be?
You'll see us coming. We're going to come back, bounce back, and try to beat Northwood again. We'll hopefully do our best. We got Miz, which is a little bit tougher opponent, but we'll be okay. I just want to shout out Mzuu as well. It's his birthday. Happy birthday, Mzuu. And thank you guys.
Yeah, I was gonna give you a platform there. You beat me to it. To give any more shout. You got any more you can shout out? I was gonna do it anyways. You can call out your parents, your siblings, anything else in between.
Shout out Coach Hybrid. Shout out my directors, Chris and Sean. They're the best. They're working outside the scene. Forward tapping my IGL and Seth, my best friend. Yeah, we do it.
Seth had a great series. We were saying if it wasn't going to be you, Caillou, we'd take Seth as well, considering just how good they were on Haven. We got to get the 2 biggest beasts in the booth. So thank you very much for joining us, though, Caillou. It was a pleasure to have you here. I'm sure you want to go celebrate with the team. Everyone's passing behind you, wanting their 3 seconds of fame, but they also want to be able to celebrate with you. So we'll let you go here real fast and celebrate with the team. Congratulations and good luck heading into the finals and then Nationals after that.
Thank you guys.
No problem. All right, Dallas, unfortunately for this first map in series, or first 2 maps in series, that's it for it. We got another one coming after this one. Fortunately, not Champions Division. We're heading on down to Challengers, but it's going to be another great series to follow things up. You and I will still be here in the booth, hopefully giving everybody a great show, and hopefully the players will have that same mindset as we're going to continue things on. Stay tuned for that second series. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back when that one's ready to go underway. Welcome back, everybody. It's a bit of a long break between Game 1 and Game 2, and that's how quick Game 1 ended. Big thanks to that first map that ended so lopsidedly in favor there of the St. Clair Saints. We got our second series ready to go here, though, Dallas. We're unbelievably excited for this one. Moving down to the Challengers Division, but still a semifinal matchup. It's MST Gold facing off against Park University, and these teams have a bit of a history. Unlike the St. Clair side, where they faced Waterloo and beat them, the number one seed in MST Gold actually lost to Park University. It was their only loss in the normal season, 8-1. They lost in week 2, I believe, to Park University. Then they actually escaped the quarterfinals with a forfeit win against the MBU Spartans. But the other side, they weren't so lucky. They had to take their win, and they did so well against the number 5 seed at Concordia.
Yeah, I think honestly, this one overall, considered the Challengers League, obviously we're expecting a little bit, just a bunch of, I would say, no pun intended, a challenge here from the squad. Considering, they're so close to the champions. There's really not too much of an actual difference between the two. They're kind of right there neck and neck between each other. But knowing this is the same kind of level of matchup, the number 1 seed versus the number 4 seed, sure, you mentioned that one game kind of there back towards week 2. There's been so many meta shifts and so much, kind of agents and new maps introduced and whatnot. So much just shifts across the entire board. And I'd say switch around's better yet. For MST to obviously kind of still provide a little bit of a challenge, knowing the rest of the season went in their direction since then, but for Park to also go ahead and show that, well, this is now a playoff section. We just got to know that we can do our job and really just follow through and make it at least close at the end of the day.
Talking about doing your job, well, let's see which players have the work cut out for them. Let's go ahead and pull up our rosters. First up on the chopping block, so to say, MST Gold. It's Mizzou, Samurai, Reekers, Tofu, and Eve. We've seen these players before, Dallas, and it's not too shocking to see them still opting to go with all this solid 5 lineup. Sophomore, 2 juniors, a senior, and another sophomore following things up. That's Eve on the bottom. A very good team as a whole. There's a reason why they're sitting at number 1 seed. Let's go ahead and take another look over now at Park University. They had a really good season as well, and despite being 4th seed, going 7-2, like you said, there's not much really separating these two teams. It's Floofy, Jazz, Blab, Swoopo, and Sakashi on the board. And somewhat of an older roster, 1 freshman, but 2 seniors and 2 juniors. Do like to talk about seniority, but it's more so when it's a young-blooded team performing much higher than some of those older rosters, because then they got a scary 3 or 4 more years ahead of them.
Yeah, knowing that obviously, under the ceiling, we got to look at what these players can do. And considering they're all a little bit older, not really anything that we can just kind of compare in terms of those ages. More importantly, it's their stats and what they've done over the course of the season, and better yet, just their standings as a whole. But even then, as important as all that is, it really depends on where they want to go. What do they want to be doing, and where do they want to be bringing this action? Obviously, with the map pool going away, it's very much more traditional, I would say, than like what we've had over the course of the entire day. Still, just kind of playing out that Haven, that Split, and Ascent. These two teams, I'm not going to say boring, but pretty predictable.
Not something we would more anticipate from a Challengers Division match, right,
Yeah.
Dallas, right? We're not going to see Lotus get brought out. Honestly, seeing it, get all the way to the end pretty much was shocking. Pearl as well being banned immediately. 2 Fractures being banned. Well, that was an interesting thing to see. That was the first and the second to last. Whoa, what an interesting, or technically the last ban. But I'm honestly not too surprised.
No.
MSD starting off, though, they will select Haven, so they get to choose, and then you get to have Park University as theirs for Split. Split is extremely one-sided, Dallas. It's not surprising to see an 11-1 split and then go back the other way for another 11-1 split to tie things in OT. It is a tough map. And while Collegiate isn't as plagued with the extremely lopsided scorelines, it can still be a map that is predominated by one team over the other. And MST Gold are going to be coming out here with a vengeance. They went flawless past week 2, did not let up a game after their loss to Park University in that week 2. And Park University doesn't have that same luxury. They took a loss in week 1 and week 9. They started and ended their season with unfortunate circumstances. But thankfully, since then, they've been playing pretty well in playoffs.
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, just kind of shows the adaptation these teams make. I mean, they always start off a little bit rocky at the beginning of the season. Obviously, these players, sure, you got some teams, these guys are playing with each other year-round. I mean, they feel like a family to a certain extent. They play duos, trios with each other, 5-stack in the off-season. They like the competitive environment, and they also go off into Tier 3, Tier 2 scenes and look to just kind of keep that solidified. There are also other teams, though, that they just don't want to do that. They still have their friends off the game. They still have their friends that they go ahead and do their duos with. They like to go ahead and isolate themselves, and they're not worried too much about that 5v5 scene. They're just kind of here, and they can fill the slot. They can frag just like anybody else. It's just that synergy in that one little oomph right there towards you that they're kind of missing. So it's not the biggest difference in the world, and that's honestly the biggest differentiating fact between champions and challengers. So I'm still expecting, obviously, everything in the world in terms of the actual gunpowder, but whenever it comes around to the strategies, and more importantly with these maps, what kind of elevations we can see, that's going to keep my eye out for.
We've seen a lot of Havens. I would say when you jump down into high school, you jump into semi-pro, a lot of Havens can be very back and forth. Sometimes they'll just be lopsided for a closure map. Sometimes they're really close. Like that last map we saw in the series with St. Clair and Waterloo Gold. It was an extremely close game. And St. Clair closed things out pretty early on. But seeing Haven first and being a go-to choice right off the bat, it's a lot like Ascent. It is kind of the T3 special, the collegiate scene special. These teams are going to know Haven. These teams are going to be tried and true for this one. St. Clair pulled out a shocker map early for their map pick, and that caught off guard Waterloo, and then they struggled on the second map where Waterloo knew how to play a map and had strategies for it. We saw that come through. Both of these teams are going to have strategies. While they may not have the same coaching staff or, after-school affairs as some of the other, leagued and divisioned teams may have, they still are going to be playing Valorant. They love the game. They love the sport. They're going to be playing it all the time. And Haven is going to be one of those maps that's always there. And we're going to take a look at what our agent selection may happen to look like. MST of something locked in their go-to strategy, and it is pretty much the go-to de factoid Haven setup. Recurs over to that breach. Squiggle is already locked in the KJ. There goes the breach locked in as well. Mizu over on the Jet. Samurai, the Sova, and Tofu on that Omen. And while it does look like we may see a mirror matchup coming out here with the opposing side of Park, they may change things up and actually bring out a Sky instead for some initiating prowess.
I would love to see that, especially after that last matchup. I mean, it comes down to Haven. We see teams all the time to where it just feels like, are we still in version 1 for Valorant? Like, are we still in that very first season? Because, I mean, especially in that last matchup, that literally was just everybody was kind of base release characters with that KJ added on top of it. So, I mean, I like seeing the evolution. I like seeing the fact that we got so many agents now. Flex something. I love seeing neons on this map. I love seeing kind of skies and breaches with the double flashes. If you do have teams that can synergize with those and swing off those angles confidently while still getting all the information in the world to kind of work off of, kind of using that context clues, it shows to be a lot more impressive than just, okay, Sova Dart, get information, GG, push off. It's just, I mean, it works. Sova is the easy go-to. He is a very, very reliable cornerstone in the initiator role, and everybody kind of started off him initially if you were initiator main. But, I mean, just looking at all the resources available, you can tell I'm an initiator main, by the way, with how adamant and how passionate I'm about this. There's so many resources in the game now. I mean, you got KO, who is dominated for the longest time, and Riot hasn't touched him, essentially. They changed his flashes by mere nanoseconds, and that's the only adjustments they've really made. If anything, they buffed him since then because the frag can go through walls. But he hasn't really gotten any more popular. If anything, he's gotten less popular. Same thing now with Gecko kind of being introduced. Fade, we've seen a lot on this map as well. Where has she gone? It doesn't really matter all that much, though, because it's not going to be provided right now. Instead, we're just seeing the old kind of just tried and true, pretty vanilla, but hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
That may be the play here. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I do like seeing the sky a lot. I did feel like we're missing a lot of the guiding light potential, and the Tasmanian Tiger is that go-ahead. Haven really does need that kind of, 3, 2, 1, let's push, and sometimes you don't really want to clog those comms, and following behind that Tiger is kind of another great way to tell your team, we're going in, let's use those comms specifically for the intel that's gathering, and to really highlight where we need to be pushing, crossfires we need to be checking, and that's another issue we saw in Game 1 today, Dallas, is checking your corners and clearing those out effectively. It was a problem that plagued both teams. Will that happen here on Haven for our second series of the night? Time will have to tell, but a turret gathering early intel towards C Long may give enough information to the MST Gold side that, hey, Park University not only are playing slow, but they've given a lot of information up on C, and there was at least 2 shots from 2 different guns going our way.
Yeah, gotta see what exactly more can come off this. I mean, obviously, first blood going the way of Park, and you lost that duelist in the meantime. They're obviously looking for a little bit of aggression for possibly first blood of their own. It's that 50-50 you always throw up. When you're swinging an angle, you're more than likely going to lose that unless you get the timing of a lifetime. But that's just not going to happen. Right now, if we're talking about timing, you're seeing the clock ticking in the favor here of the likes of MST. But, I mean, obviously, Park going for a push, trying to get that spike down with full control of B. They can do exactly that.
Squiggle's going to go on the flank here, a little bit of assistance as well alongside their Omen. It's Samurai, though, to find a big pickup, and there's Squiggle on that flank. Tofu alongside them. Squiggle will now have the chance to re-swing, placing the turret. They did lose Samurai, but that was a huge denial play against Park University, who had a major man advantage, Dallas, and now have to really kind of calculate things. I'm not sure what the usage there was of that dark cover, but placed the wrong way, and that just puts Akashi in a really bad angle. Squiggle will wide swing. Dumpage of utility by Jazz to try to create some space. Frenzy up close, maybe enough, but the Classic has the right click, but it's not going to matter. Jazz swings in through Link, and Squiggles turned the wrong stinking way, and that will give Park University a first-round win.
Yeah, I mean, obviously expected with the attacking side, getting that first blood in a way. I mean, that's typically how you can go ahead and see these first rounds starting to pan out. Who gets that first blood? They probably get themselves the first round, but it was very, very close exchanges across the board. So, I mean, obviously MST do want to make sure they're not going down without a fight. But in this round, we're going to have even less of one. Considering that we're seeing the full Spectre buy across the board with the full armor on the back of it. Only one Sheriff to come through on the side of MST. That's the only deviation we see from the rest of the crowd. So just kind of happy that Park is just playing unanimously. They're saying, this is our game plan. That's what we're sticking with. Push it together. Mizu able to go ahead and get a pretty crisp shot off there, but not too much really exchange for it.
Well, 1 for 1 is plenty fine. Especially if you're MST Gold and you're theoretically working with a gun disadvantage and a disadvantage in terms of potential. Labalayas gets in for the first blood, refragged by Creekers, playing over towards Rabbit. Unfortunately, short-lived for that success, and Sakashi finds another pickup after the fact. It's just Squiggle and, well, they can wiggle their way into the afterlife. It's Jazz to find yet another, and Park University to close out round 2. Only dropping 2 weapons. What a shot by Mizzou. Right as they fell for that even trade. That just set things up nicely for Park University to continue to capitulate the point further.
Yeah, I mean, just going ahead, locking things down, getting themselves on second round. I mean, you're expecting already them for them to win that out and to go ahead and on the majority of their guns. It's, once again, just a pretty good standing for them. But even then, seeing the follow-up buys, I just love seeing these rounds and seeing what can be scrapped together. Just knowing the kind of budget guns are coming out. It's not when you're forced to really be bringing them, but even then when it can be even more impactful, knowing this is the round that you can shut down these buys. There's not a follow-up. There's not any momentum. There's not wallets developing. This is the first force to come through where you're expecting a team to say, look, they are trying to squeeze out whatever they can to say, oh, we have an advantage. Make sure to rip this carpet out right from under them because they're not going to see it coming. But with the push they're going for and opting for in this C push maybe, I like the default. I like the waiting on the aggression. But it seems like MST isn't really going to budge past this line they've set.
It's a slow draw, which I think is the right idea for the side of Park University. Maybe for MST Gold, they could go for a bit more aggression, which we can obviously see kind of brewing up over here in A lobby. One player holding a wonderful crossfire set up from long, and another one holding inside short. Kura and Mizu are the Recurs and Mizu, sorry, the 2 players to do so. Recur's gonna wait for the right timing for that flash, and it goes forward! Mizu sprays down 2. Recur's a little slow on the draw, but still comes up big! And another one! Leaving just 1 player left standing. That is a major round start for MST Gold. Yes, losing 2 rifles does hurt, but having those 2 players get those kills means they get credits, means it's less costly as a whole to rebuy those rifles. The only downside is Jazz getting a nice shot to Tofu, and that will make things more costly for MST than they would have liked.
Yeah, still majority rule across the board. I mean, at least until that last second, saying that, okay, we're happy with 3 in the meantime, but still, I mean, making sure you can cut down a couple players, that's the biggest thing Park's looking for, and that's what they were to go ahead and manage. So, I mean, good lookings for them to make sure that their second round doesn't go without any kind of, I'd say, folding, but knowing that going forward now, you get to see what their places are going to look like, because there's going to be a little bit more unanimous buys across the field. We're going to see these players starting to get a little bit more tricky. I would hope to see, and even more so, a little bit more discipline with their plays and kind of working things out. Where can we place ourselves around the map? How can we allocate? Or better yet, if we're going to go for a full push, how are we going to facilitate that with our utility?
Talk about facilitating pushes alongside that util. Parker taking a very dangerous objective to burrow most of the util away. Look at what MST have brought forward defensively. Most of their KJ utilities placed and stacked on A. Blablabla, though, has cleared most of that from short. Still a Nano Swarm on default, which could be a very big nuisance. There was actually an alarm bot. Nano Swarm's still down. Shock Dart over the top. And does get a lot of damage off on a Floopy, but not able to secure anything. And EMST Gold will now need to retake this point, and unfortunately, that information doesn't come fast enough. Cloudburst now down. You gotta find that pickup. Huge play from Floopy to take 2 into the afterlife when they could have died first. Huge damage assistance by Blah Yost as well. And it is just 1 player remaining, and a great flank from Swipo Dallas. Working in from B Link to take down that final player. Just a good round for Park University.
Yeah, if there's anybody you're going to go for a little bit of a flank on or alert, typically it'd be your controller, but I mean, your Sentinel doesn't really beat you too much in terms of actually kind of being sort of a flex in that role, but it comes down to make sure you can get that timing, and even then you can slip through the cracks because you have to make sure you have a solid push somewhere else. Otherwise, these teams, they're not going to worry about that. They're just going to hold things down, and those angles are still going to be plenty held in the meantime. But regardless, still, for Park to get themselves a 3rd round now, 2 ultimates on the field with those Seeker and the Blade Storm. They have a pretty good eco round kind of to work with if we do see kind of that Blade Storm finding plenty of value, but even then, the Seekers also can really do a lot of work there in the meantime on a round where you're actually going ahead and using every single piece of util and rifle that is there in the meantime. So already, it can be placed, but you have middle map control. I don't really think you get too much of an actual advantage doing that, considering all the space you've already taken.
There's a lot of flashes available for Park. 2 sets. Jazz kind of selfishly used 1 in Garage to zone. Could have swung on that, honestly. It was a 1v1. Maybe it was a little bit wary that could be a bit more dangerous. I'm going to wait for the team to go ahead and do so instead. Seekers are sent out, and, well, you hear a Sheriff. Why not just go to town? That steps up. Sakashi stands in, and Squiggle is off the board. Recurs with a Frenzy in their hand is going to move in through that garage window, currently being locked down by, I believe, Recurs. Jumping in quickly. Will drop over towards corner pocket. This could be a pretty cheeky angle. With Samurai taking that first pick to Sakashi, that sets things up nicely, and a Vandal is now in their hands. Unfortunately, Concussive Blast goes their way, and another great way to bide their time for that Park University side here in a post plan. Still with that man advantage on top. Dangerous, dirty work for MST Gold. They'll step in quickly. They do not opt to bring the Blade Storm. Maybe a smart idea considering how much this round has turned in favor of Park. And though you see Samurai find a pick, it's pretty short-lived. 3 players surviving Park University. They'll climb to 4-1.
There's another these situations where, I mean, I just go ahead and start looking at these first couple rounds and don't see too much of an actual game plan being laid out. I mean, it's just your typical Haven. Team likes to push down lane. They find an initial pick. They keep on just hitting it through, and obviously they win around because of it, because they play into the man advantage that they already have just set off right at the get-go. MST, this is the opportunity they could really have to kind of actually set something, create a little bit of a halt. You know, they have a little bit of buys everywhere, and they have the Blaze Storm there as a backup, and 4 ultimates, which I'd say just more 3, because that Blaze Storm's going to be just employed as a weapon in the meantime. But still, I mean, this could be where you really set the pace, but pushing all the way into spawn, I'm not quite sure is the pace you're looking for, but you go ahead and get at least 1.
Trading back your doppelganger. Playboy Yost takes down the attempt by Mizzou. They do get 1 kill. They do drop the Sky, which is kind of nice, but Sky used the Seekers in the last round. They're just another set of flashes, and guess what? Park University brought 2 sets of flashes. They do lack that Tasmanian Tiger information. That is probably the most weak part of Park University's kit. But like you said, a very stereotypical Haven. Something you'd see in maybe ranked matches. Run it down a lane, get control for picks, get that man advantage, and then work from there. Park University have this very, I won't say dumbed down, but this very simple strategy that if it works for them, MST Gold just don't really have an answer to it just yet. That's why the scoreline is showing the way it is. And that's a problem. Adjustments need to be made. They've got 4 ultimates. They've got what it takes in terms of in their back pockets. Just gotta let the guns kind of match that same level of value you've got waiting each round you buy up with those credits. Smoke goes towards back hall, Dallas. Smoke up towards heaven, and it will be an A-sided plant coming out here for Park, and it doesn't seem like much now is going to be made here for MST Golden. Well, maybe they go for this lockdown, and there it is, actually placed instead here for MST.
Yeah, I mean, already getting that plan down, looking for a post-plan situation. I mean, good setup here by Park, knowing that they don't really have all too much pressure being put onto them. But moving all the way back into spawn, leaving the shutdown there. No, I actually kind of like that plan. They could have slipped through and really kind of made something happen, but they're not going to really do too much for the side. They're going to hold down the spawn, kind of see what's going to happen. Didn't know Recurse was there, but even then, it's not a concern for them because they have plenty to work with in the meantime. You can go ahead, find this roundabout, but it comes down to the timing. Already seeing a half, you're spraying through, but you're not pushing the spike. I was a fan of not shooting the shutdown, but not shooting the spike is another story in itself.
2 players got detained by that spike, by that shutdown, Dallas. 2 players detained. Should have shot the... I'm an advocate. Should have shot the lockdown. I like the idea, but the issue was, in practicum, MST Gold played for multiple angles. They pincered. They had 2 coming from long. They had 2, mostly just 1, coming in from link. They had setup for it. Park should have shot the shutdown. Would have left your player, Babayast, or Blablayast, sorry, alive on long to play for a 1-for-1 trade, which would have just easily allowed for a post-plant defense with a player up in heaven for the rotate. It just was not the right idea quick enough, maybe. Shots to go forward. MST holding on defensively. What a play from Squiggle, too. Looking for third. Denied. It's Floofy coming up on the up and up instead. And with Tofu hiding back, placing their own smoke and hiding within, could be a chance that it is. Tofu finds the pickup, and Mizzou closes things out. MST Gold now get 1 round away from tying things up 4-4.
Yeah, just big closure right there for the Park. Once again, kind of pulling things up, but even in MST, I mean, it's the rebound that they have just really going ahead and coming through right now. 2 rounds back-to-back. Looking to see that they're getting more comfortable with actually not only just in these fights that are going one-on-ones and kind of being spread out across the map in these kind of slow and steady environments, but when the chaos is presented, better yet. The kind of play style where things are a lot more aggressive, a lot more fast-moving. They're able to hold things down now. So you can tell that they're a lot more flexible. They're a lot more adamant about their surefire and knowing they can actually land those shots when it comes out of being necessary. But they're still in a deficit. Still have 1 more round of a gap to go ahead and overcome in the meantime. But 2 ultimates to go ahead and kind of make that work. Meanwhile, Park is still holding on to those Seekers. And, I mean, I think honestly could make some work with them, knowing that the buys are kind of a little more sporadic here. You could really nail something down.
Util zone them away from Garage. Notice how much Parker really relying on that entrance. Great way for them to rotate towards C, but they're moving through A lobby, and instead they're met by Samurai, who, despite losing 1 teammate, has no problems dealing with 3 all by themselves, putting Park University at more likely than not a 4-4 split to tie things up here at this stage. It's just Sagashi remaining. They will put down Spike in B and then quickly be swung upon by 2 coming from C-Link. It's just a gorgeous round hold for MST, who met them at the door and punished them for not being anticipating of a push like that.
I mean, already seeing the meme, MST. They got rounds, they have momentum, things are starting to look up for them. This is the first 3-round spree that we've seen so far, so the buys and the money actually accumulating is maxed out here for the side of MST, which is good looking for them. And I mean, even then, Park, they still have somewhat of a second win, I'd say, available somewhere, but it comes down to even then setting up for that round to make it happen, because we haven't seen them really go ahead and execute off the utility in hand. But they made sure to kind of get some split pushes, that's necessary, and some nice little first frags, but you can't really rely on that alone. You have to create these opportunities. You can't just hope for them to always be provided to you, because MST's kind of learning that lesson and making bounds off of it. So once again, holding these angles as best as they can, kind of playing back a little more deep, working for the anti-flash. First bloods like that. Second, maybe a third even as well. Absolutely priceless.
Samurai. It's next level right now. MST Gold showing a little bit of what brought them to be the first seed in the first place. Now, that is a thrifty round. There's not much really being brought out here for Park. They can still scrape some money by. Maybe pick up a rifle that was dropped by an MST player if they do manage to pick up a kill. There is a SMG down to the ground. They could have collected that, but instead they still want to rock the Sheriff for now.
Last player standing.
Gosh, he's having a bit of a dancing moment. a play in from Jazz, and you just left your teammate to die, and you could have picked up on Recurse, who got damaged heavily by Jazz.
Taken out.
Discipline.
No more.
Great shots by Samurai, though. Good lord.
3 God.
Every time we call Samurai, there's no way I'm not gonna think about Cyberpunk in the back of my head. But doesn't matter too much, considering that already we're finding ourselves in a little bit of a predicament. Park finally calling out a timeout, and a good standing, I'd say, honestly. I mean, not really too far behind. This is one of those timeouts that's pretty comfortable. You just say, you know what, we got it, why not? Just pop them, because you're only 1 round behind. You go ahead, give it your best shot. You can tie things up. You're not really in a huge deficit. And knowing those 3 rounds, MST Gold isn't probably going to win all of those. So you're kind of happy with the standing, knowing you're going to get a couple eco rounds. You can discuss those going forward and kind of set yourself up for success. And knowing the MST Gold has those 3 ultimates, that's another thing you can start to suggest. I would say Park still, once again, holding on to these Seekers, seeing what's to be done with it. Last thing you want to do, I'm going to literally cry myself to sleep if I see those Seekers being popped on C long, because I've been waiting for a little bit more emphasis there towards the middle of the map, where you can actually let them spread out, because they like to go ahead and seek 4 based off their origin point. They don't go ahead and have set players immediately. They go into the nearest path and just kind of, you have to understand how that player works, and how the ultimate starts to pan out and how you get the most value out of it. So just kind of go ahead and funneling it down somewhere would be a little bit distasteful, but regardless, C push already could be in its own right. Comes out of whether or not you can actually facilitate it and find the garage control on the back of that, with how many players are just kind of surrounding it.
We as casters are not low ranked because we stink at the game. We understand the game at a base level. Dallas, especially with the initiators. He highlighted it earlier when we were talking about the double initiator play coming out from Park. It's purely because we just stink. We know what we're talking about. We just stink. Especially
I'm plat 2. I'm not terrible and I'm not great. I'm happy I'm out of Elo hell. I can say that right because it's a call out.
There you go. He's talking about over on A. Speaking of that, though, no one on A coming out here for Park University. Recon Bolt sent out as well by MST. Like I talked about, information is one of the biggest factors of success for MST. And it's not really available for Park. You said you didn't want to see the Seekers placed on C long. They'll do it instead over an A lobby.
I'm okay with that. That's right.
And all of the Seekers will go the other way, and that gives Park University all the intel they need. Hey, there is no one on A. Exactly. Let's swing as fast as possible. And the second that those were not going in front of them, there's a moment of what? And then a moment of understanding. They're now getting spiked down. Time constraint now forced on the lap of MST Gold, but they've got ultimates. Rolling Thunder for Recurse could come up big, but they'll opt for the lockdown instead, and Park University will pivot 2 players through B to take that same flank. They won't get there in time to shoot down the lockdown, but they will get there fast enough to maybe catch them off guard. But look how fast MST Gold are onto this side. They have fully retaken it. They want to play for this spike defusal, and they've only gone for an even trade up to this point. Recurse and Samurai back with 2 more. Floopy, guiding light out, trying to play smart, but it's not working just yet. Floopy all by themselves, and MST still come back with the comeback.
Hey.
Park was just not fast enough, Dallas, through mid.
Yeah, I mean, just over and over again, Park. I mean, you kind of see this spread up that's kind of going out for him, just kind of looking for this post-plant situation. Even then, better yet, the easiest way you can look at a post-plant is look at the X's. Look at where the fights, not just where they take place initially at, but where they kind of follow. Because obviously you have those movement abilities where you can kind of shift the fight to somewhere else to be a little more advantageous. And if you're moving it back towards your spawn, you're giving up space before the fight is even concluded, knowing that, all right, we're not very confident about this setup. We're just going to hopefully, win our gunfights, and that's just not going to work out for you. That entire attitude has given MST not only a lead, but all these rounds, back to back to back, because that confidence I mentioned earlier, you were purely just feeding the beast at this point.
Feeding the beast, and unfortunately it seems to be an all-you-can-eat buffet, engorging themselves. Look at the defense from MST Gold, though. Notice how they left no one on A side that last round. They're stacking 3 here this time around. They've left B entirely for the taking. But Park University tend to be a bit hesitant to actually take control of this B site because of how quick you can rotate in through those links. And Blaba Yost has full control of this B objective. They're still not giving up control of Garage. But the intel's been given. Recurs with a frag to Jazz. Sings to the Park side. Hey, maybe the A site's not necessarily ours for the taking. Gotta check elsewhere. Sakashi and Blaba Yost find big pickup. Sakashi gets punished for trying to move into that rifle by Tofu. But Blabayas maybe getting punished here with a great concussive blast sent out. And a Colat! We're swiping on Blabayas at the end of that operator, leaving who else but Floofy all by their lonesome. Gets one, maybe done though. But the Phantom now in their hands gives them the best fighting chance. It just doesn't net anything. Not even a shot to tag Mizzou. The operator comes up clutch instead, and it'll be a round 1 for MST, now going 7-4. They're hunting for an 8.
Last round in the half.
I mean, can you blame them? Especially
No.
after a round like that. I mean, where you see that they're just kind of, especially the operator, I mean, finding so much value there. That's what you need. I mean, I like to go ahead and take a good look at a lot of players' economy score to just kind of know, all right, how are they doing? Especially if we see an operator introduced. I love looking at those players specifically. How many kills do they get? And do they still kind of find some equilibrium with the gun that they bought? Or do they really that far set back compared to everybody else? Or do they still kind of play with the best? It's the last round. You're going to see that Vandal buy go through, kind of be somewhat of a backup because you don't want to be forced into a corner with no legitimate backup plan available. But we're not even going to see the push go to A. That operator is completely void here. You're seeing the push go towards C. It's going to be there for a retake. That is, even if we get on site to put the spike down, because everybody's funneling right through garage.
I'm amazed. Bobby Yost. 1 for 1. Parker just taking this garage as fast as possible. It does work. But despite getting that space, Dallas, they're still using the lockdown afterwards. Could have been used now, with the plant having gone down, to buy more time. And instead, the same space you just took, you're guaranteeing. It's just a timing of util, I think, is the problem right now for Park. They have so much util. So much util with their initiator. And the timing for it is not there. Blabayas, though, has the guns up. 2 kills, and, well, Samurai dies too close to Recurs to really give that call out fast enough, and it'll be a round back over towards Park University. They managed to find themselves some success right at the latter stage, but they still let 6 rounds in a row fall for MST, which puts them at a 2-round disadvantage. They take the pistol, though, and they'll meet them 7-7 if they get their bonus, too.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure why it took so long to kind of be waking up here. I mean, we look at Park and what they were doing in the first half. I mean, let's bygones be bygones, but I mean, still, you got to look at the kind of pacing for this game and know that obviously you didn't set the tone like you needed to on that attacking side, because now look at MST. This is a map where they're kind of obviously going to start excelling this attacking side, already having themselves a little bit of a lead. We kind of still see the same exact setup to a certain extent, the same exact composition in terms of roles, but I mean, the actual agents are a little bit different. You do have that one kind of deviator. So, I mean, if you get this first pick like that, once again, Mizzou did that in the first round. I don't see why they can't repeat.
Let's start off with the first blood. It's Mizzou. They're still hunting for this. The only person currently pushing A, Dallas. And Jazz would be the first person to meet them after that initial loss. The frenzy is in hand. Why is Mizzou turning? I genuinely am curious. It's a question, not just a statement. A little bit of both, technically. But MST Gold, after that loss, and going only even for that play, there looks like a B-side push will go forward. One player over towards Link. Samurai needs assistance watching that flank. They'll pivot in through behind Gong. Recon Bolt readied to send through to that B elbow. I'm sorry, I apologize. A elbow. It is Samurai to find the next pickup, though, here on to Swipo. Akashi not able to find the pickup blast, and there goes that A elbow side. Strong arming down the MST Gold attack. Classic free gun, though, and Samurai cyberpunks his way into even more kills. What a way to do it. 8-5 now, and they continue the dominance despite that 1-round loss at the end of the first half.
Yeah, I mean, already just looking to see what they can do in terms of the retaliation and the bounce back. I mean, still across the board, just a lot of good plays to be made in terms of pistol round. But even then, I mean, pistols come down to how well can you get the right clicks off, how well can you hold down these angles. And obviously MST, they did a great job of holding the angles in that last half, just playing defense. They are already warmed up for that. Considering you get into the post plant, that's the only thing you have to concern yourself with going forward, because, well, you just got to make sure that you can work off each other, play those numbers at that point with those initial picks going your way. It's even less stressful from there.
Stress is one of the big factors that can catch a lot of collegiate teams off guard, Dallas. We talk about battles of attrition, especially when it comes to the finals, and we transition a lot of the time over to BO5s and certain, tourneys and leagues and the sort. Those are the battles where if you're really falling into poor mindsets early or not making good choices and those are starting to tally up in your mind, things like that are being tested early, like having the one player trying to backpack the team, which we highlighted was a problem just last series. Things like that weigh on the minds and bodies of these players, and it really hurts the collegiate scene. Professionals get to spend their whole day sitting at the computer. They got coaches, and I'm not just talking about for the gameplay. They've got physical coaches that keep them fit. You don't necessarily have that luxury. You got exams you got to get ready for as well here in college, and that could be a problem. MST swing in quickly. Squiggle gets the first blood into Kakashi, but Floofy and Swipo get a nice frag back the other way. Samurai only collecting one before falling quickly afterwards to Swipo. This plant has gone down, so at least something there for MST. They can fall back into Courtyard, and there are no more real smokes available for Park, as they only have a Cloud Burst. That means they're going to have to aggress first and foremost. Flashes come out for MST. Huge jump of damage as well from Recurse, and Recurse finds 2 kills out of those 3, with a Mizzou following up after the fact.
Yeah, I mean, just once again, I mean, for MSC to be nailing that in is expected on the second round. You know they're going to be winning that thing out. It just comes out of how much they lost in the meantime, and it's not enough to really make a dent and be happy about on the side of Park, and that's a real problem, knowing that you're going to this next round even with a singular player who still doesn't have a full piece of armor. But that's not the biggest deal in the world, because as a Sentinel, they're going to be playing behind their utility anyways. You're just kind of chilling out in the back end because of that. But already, what's going to be happening here for MST? They're going to be pushing strong. They're really fast off the back of it as well. And knowing that Mizzou has been doing a great job of kind of playing these aggressive plays, and knowing that obviously it's your role, the one player that you're pushing when you see that KJ turret, honestly, for us, we had the luxury knowing this is a perfect circumstance for him.
Mizzou goes in quickly. Turret has spotted them, but hiding within the Cloud Burst denies a lot of that effective util. Swipo is just not being allowed to have retinas nor a chance in that fight. Recurse is the one who finishes them off. Great use of utility by MST. We highlighted how many flashes Park University has, and despite that, attacking-wise, MST look better already. And they realize, they understand. They're still working with the limited weapons they were bringing previously, and they're having to climb back with that disadvantage, and it is working. A flawless round. A third round when rifles finally come out for Park University, and MST plays it perfectly. Their strengths are up close. Their utility slightly less, but they've got a lot to work with, and they've got the passion. Beautiful round, and a much-deserved double-digit scoreline for them.
That's one of those moments where I don't know, the cookie you're about to eat just crumbles right inside of your hand. It's disappointing to look at, but I mean it's kind of handed. You didn't take it when it was there for you. Kind of waiting a little bit too long, especially on the defensive side. But I mean, once you're on the defensive side, you had to set that tempo on the attacking side. You had your luxury. You had the opportunity. The same thing that MST did, you could have done 10 times over earlier on. But you just didn't take that whenever it was presented to you. So, already, 10 rounds. I mentioned it. Checkpoint, chokehold. Right now, just call it a check mark. Because, I mean, they are just checking the boxes with a round like this where you have full rifles up against an eco.
Kakashi doing their best statue impersonation. Has not moved their mouse. Finally gets to do so. Paranoia goes out. That was not the worst case scenario. And a tailwind pop by Blah Blah. And there's a knife onto Mizzou. While Park may not win this round, considering the thriftying, at least they get away with that. A little bit of an extra edge, so to say. The spike goes down for MST Gold. And while this is usually the most retakeable objective all about, you got to have util to do so. And typically got to have a cohesive push, and that's lacking for Park because they lose Floofy over Main, and they just lost Jazz trying to work in from Hall. Last one remaining with Swipo and Heaven. Recurse will finish the job. MST Gold, they look great, Dallas. Their first defensive half, they fell victim to a lot of what Park was bringing early. It put them on this little bit of a downward spiral, going 4-1 in the first 5 rounds. Past that, though, MST Gold looked like a good team, and they looked like a team that could compete. They put the economy for Park in a poor spot. They took advantage of that. When they got the economy back, they would aggress early to punish the early players so that next round they would be back in another spot where they didn't have enough credits. Even if they were to win, which they usually didn't, they would put them in a spot where it would be tough for the next round. And it looks like we're seeing that all over again for MST Gold, but now they get to do it on the attack where they choose the distance, the pacing, and the attitude for the assault, and it's already paying off. With Recurs, a gorgeous shot to Floofy down towards Plat on C.
Just go ahead, slot in, get a kill, get out. Just go ahead and re-hit somewhere. Just kind of play that little bit of a wave format that I like to call it. Just push in, grab something, get out. Just over and over and over again until the entire shore is just wiped clean. Sometimes for players and teams it works, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes a switch up is necessary at some time. And already you can tell that maybe that's not going to work towards C-Long because you're going up against an operator. But when you're holding that angle rather than actually swinging it, you could give yourself a little bit of leeway. But I think, honestly, if you're going to be pushing this long area, you better be ready for that operator to go ahead and find 2 kills. I'm at a loss.
That was a gorgeous play. Like you said, running it down long is a very bad strategy 99% of the time, and that is the case here. Yas gets 3, and Jazz finds 2. A full house buddy ace for the Park University side, who maybe finally got their feet underneath them here, Dallas. And that operator, a huge factor for that success. That should ring bells to MST. C-Long is a no-go zone. And Park University, if they were to wise it up here, would likely put that operator on B instead. They'd put it B or short A ramp. Short A would be the most perfect ideal spot, considering MST Gold look like they're going to rush here onto the A site. But putting it back on C is predictable. It is the non-facto default position. And MST Gold don't want to bite the bullet here of Yas again, and so they're going to completely avoid that and start to pressure an opposing side.
Yeah, just... I can't. I'm still at a loss that last one, man. But, I mean, hey, go to the next. Look to see what's happening here. MST already starting off things pretty strong. A lot of good control there towards A, knowing that they're kind of surrounding this entire site. But even then, I mean, you wait a little bit longer. You're trying to get the util set up, but even then, because you've waited, you've let a rotation come through from the B side, or at least in the defender side as well, and knowing you're going to have a lot more player allocation. That Rolling Thunder could be exactly what you need, but with not checking a player there right to your right, because it's cut a little bit short, that's a free pick on the board.
Yeah, and a counter Rolling Thunder back in return. Jazz with a nice pickup to Tofu, having to be refragged by Mizu, who loses the engagement to Kakashi. Double swung with a great level of assistance. It's Squiggle now done and dusted. MST Gold have given this round away over to the Park University side, and while it was a mixture of them playing the same angle over and over again, it also was a bit of Park University playing really well for the counters of util. Hear and see the Rolling Thunder, send one back the other way. Big counter for big counter. Engagement for engagement. You all didn't get stunned with the Rolling Thunder. Engage the people that weren't there. One thing I'm curious about, though, is why Park University are still leaving a player on C-Long. You know the player is holding there. There's only 15 seconds left. They should have rotated in a little bit faster. You see them on short. You see them in the back of sight, and unfortunately, despite seeing them, the hands aren't reacting as fast to the draw. And it will net a Park University much-needed round win. They'll continue with 2 in a row.
Yeah, looking to keep things stringing along, find yourself a little bit more equilibrium on the board, and especially with Park, I say if they hit themselves 9, you're kind of happy with those results in the meantime. But I mean, still, you need to make sure to bring it to that point and knowing that you're going to be kind of flip-flopping, going back and forth, back and forth. You can't let MST put you in this chokehold because, I mean, obviously, one more for them, they're going to be hitting that map point. And I mean, with things already stacking up for you, you got to use whatever's at hand. Problem is, there's just not much. Even the ultimates to work with. We saw that Rolling Thunder on the attacking side not really find too much fruition there. I think even on the defensive side, that From the Shadows can't really do as much, but it's always a very, very great rotating tool. That is if you don't find the first couple of bloods and the operator just absolutely going off.
Tofu hunting for a next engagement. MST Gold are struggling. Mizu is trapped on this C side. Operator for Yas still there, and you're just swinging a player, needing the tandem and stuff. Recurse is a little bit slow on the draw, but thankfully has the check angle to hold. It's a 3v3. MST now have spiked down. Squiggle getting out of dodge, much needed. That's getting flashed straight through garage, the worst case scenario. Flank coming from Hay, and they'll be tagged. Kakashi now having a very tumultuous time against Tofu. Tofu has their own paranoia they could send their way. I think the right idea for Kakashi is just going to be hold back and maybe join Jazz in through here from Hay. Jazz takes down Recurse, 30 HP in a dream. Squiggle will cut them down. Squiggle now being pressed from May, and they'll deal with Swipo. Tofu to get the final shot. It's Kakashi, 29 HP in a dream. Swung by Squiggle. Nano Swarm down. It's over. with MST Gold now reaching 12. Match point here for map 1. And they'll park University at a good couple of rounds in a row. All it takes is MST not to go negative on the push to a site, and they find themselves winning a post plant.
Yeah, I mean, just good plays here from the likes of MST. Once again, I mean, their post-plant situation was great. The holes they were having, and even then, Park couldn't really even clear out too much just because of the lack of utility that was there in the meantime, knowing that how many players were picked off, who was allocated towards the site. There's situations where you got to leave the site, and sometimes where you actually have to hold on to it. And when you're those Sentinels, you sync with your ship, plain and simple. But Initiators, Duelists, not more than not, you want to tap out, so you can actually be there to kind of be a catalyst for that retake. Really set the cinders for that flame to start developing. But already looking for another push going away for MST. They have all the guns necessary. They have the util on the back of it, and even better yet, they have the ultimates there, which is going to give them a free plant.
Squiggle. A bit of a slower game from them right now in terms of this round. Attacker lockdown goes down. They'll have a couple seconds and maybe can go for a possible plant. The Hunter's Fury require all 3 shots and it's destroyed. Smart play from MST. Park University maybe not aware of that counter. They didn't bring their own Silva, so they've really had to be very wary of that idea for that lockdown. It's another reason why they struggled against it in that defensive half of the MST goal. Baba Yost up in heaven has been concussed. Forced now to fall back. Seekers going the other way against Park University and not find them enough success. 3 players with a wild swing out from Hall. Big pickups for Park University, but Mizzou has not been dealt with in hell. Finally goes down, but it just too much damage, Dallas. Too much for Mizzou. Squiggle gets 3. It's a full house buddy ace once again, and it's just Park. I don't know. I don't want to say shooting themselves in the foot. They had everything they technically would have needed. It just felt like MST played those post plants both defensively and attacking really intelligently.
Yeah, I wouldn't say sleep at the wheel. I'd just say a little bit drowsy would be your way to kind of put it. I mean, just not
First
really
snap
there.
hitters, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, maybe, yeah. Just kind of the collaboration. I mean, when you're going for these double flash compositions and setups, I'm always excited to see them because when you see them go ahead and unfold correctly, it is like art. Because you know that that kind of recon that's taking place isn't being done visually with the Sova. It's not just showing up as an outline on SADA of your game. It is coming all through audibly inside your ears. You're knowing you're checking these corners. You know you have players taking account for every single thing on the side, and it's just all clicking back and forth. And you're saying, all right, we've all got each other's backs. We all know what's going on. We're all just finding this. But even then, for Park there, it wasn't just the defending side where we were seeing those kind of retakes, not really the best in the world, but their post plants, better yet, just kind of showed a little bit of a testament to what we were expecting coming around to that second half. And I mean, sure, as you mentioned, it could be jitters that first map. Things aren't really on top for them, but I mean, just go ahead then. Take it as it is. Treat it like a warm-up. Just say, all right, we got to win the next 2 anyways. No big deal.
We'll have to see whether or not MST can close things out in a 2-0 fashion and perform what they were incapable of doing in the second week of our mainstay season, or if maybe we're just haters, and it really will come down to our third map when it gets concluded. Could be the case. We'll get it all checked out, though, and get that second map underway when these players are ready to go after a quick little break. Stay tuned to continue watching to see if we reach the conclusion so soon. Seems like MST have shown their true colors, and those colors right now are singing gold with first place. They are the number 1 seed. They're looking to hold on to that and not be upset here by the number 4th. Park University brought their A game, but unfortunately got an F in the chats and in the score sheets. 13-7 is a somewhat close map scoreline, Dallas, but Split's a different beast. Split tends to be very predominantly one-sided over the other and forcing a huge comeback in that second half, and it just felt like Park University's mental got a little bit drowned on map 1 of Haven. And if that happens here in the second, there is no recovery. The game starts in the head, and it ends at the fingertips. The brain's got to tell you what to do. If the brain is working slow and it's got hard feelings, this could be a tough match to come back from, but I think it's going to be a very entertaining one.
I mean, with how late it is for some people, possibly the slow part isn't really too much of a problem. It's the hard feelings that's really going to start hitting a little bit harder. So, I mean, honestly, considering that now we're moving things on to Split, this map, I mean, this could be the wake-up call you need for a lot of squads. With how close quarters it is, you don't really have those long lineups anymore. You don't have any players going to operating very much, and the Phantoms are just out like it's Christmas time. It's insane. So you got to make sure to go ahead and kind of these plays, find these corners, clear out everything as you can, and it just incentivizes good team plays, quick comms, and a lot of chaos to just go ahead and be controlled to a certain extent, which we did see, obviously, MST just kind of roll over with when it came around to likes of Haven, especially when they were on sites and when they were in post plants and whatnot. I mean, you just got to call it as it is. They were able to just kind of do their job, show up, and stick to their guns. They do have a little bit of an a pretty big obstacle in their way, I'd say. Knowing that even then it may seem that they're going for a relatively similar, if not the same exact composition for what they went on for Haven, you could bring a little bit of an element of PTSD in there if you're kind of noticing these trends.
I'm more just distracted right now by this free cam. Honestly. Lot of moving parts.
A lot of W key.
lot of flying and jittery mouse movements. I don't know where we got this visual from, but it's I think it's old. I think it's old. I don't
Everything's
think
like
we
dipping and then coming back up.
It's like we're flying in and landing, but every time we do, we crash into something and then it goes to another scene.
Oh, there's something a little different.
Oh, still very jittery. Still very jittery. Yeah, we're gonna have to update our split cinematic. I think that's one of the ones we used to use, like a couple seasons ago, Dallas, when split used to be in the map pool before it got taken out and then brought back in. Otherwise, it's fine. We'll have plenty more. We'll get it all fixed up. It'll
Apparently
be great.
controllers didn't exist back then either.
Yeah, maybe controllers just did not exist. Maybe we're a bit too elitist for controllers at the time. Now we're big Rocket League fans, so controllers are kind of a must. MST Gold, though, will start off on the defense. Some people argue that's probably a good spot to start, especially if you're really worried about that mental turn. But for Park University,
it's atrocious.
it's going to be pretty tough. It's going to be precious time here for this first half. You need to get these first pistol rounds. You got to make sure you get them. You got to be effective as you can be.
Attacking on this map sucks. Like that's just the easiest way to put it. I don't care which team it is. I could call right now Loud versus Evil Geniuses, and I could tell you that even then I'd be like, wow, attacking on this map sucks. It doesn't matter who you are. But Park already able to go ahead and have a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel, able to go ahead and at least open it with a first blood, but not really too much to exchange. Nobody on the side of MST really there to answer because they're just waiting for the actual plant to go down so they can swarm this player at ramp as Flippy makes the call to run.
The rush has come back. They're doing everything they can. It is MST now evening things up with recurs onto Jazz. Unfortunately, Swipo and Kakashi come out on top, and Park University will find themselves much needed the pistol round. That's what you kind of need when you're 5-stacking that side, too, Dallas. Like you said, attacking on this map sucks. It's bad. It's rough. And while maybe in the lower stages here, the collegiate, like in the challenge division where we're relying here, it may be a little bit more back and forth than what you'd see in the pro scene or maybe a ranked match you'd play online. But we saw a lot of ranked match gameplay on our first map at Haven, and considering that, so even ranked matches go down, kind of scared that it could still also come true here for this matchup.
Yeah, it's good stance here for Park to go ahead and start things off. I mean, that's the luxury they need, especially starting on a map like this. I mean, getting that pistol rounded away, and everything else will kind of follow suit. Third round's going to be a little bit difficult, but still right here, right now, with it already going ahead and being flawless so far, that's the best result you could ask for, especially considering you're going to be pushing that B site. A little bit of a flank coming through from the Cypher, but I don't know how I feel about that. Wait, where are you going?
Where are you going?
Spike planted.
Interesting.
There you go. There you go. I just kind of sit in the middle towards spawn. Just kind of waiting to see where that spike's going to go down and kind of play off audibles at that point.
Well, Milk, We'll have to see how this 1v5 essentially cans out. Unfortunately, I don't know if it's going to pan very far. I'm sorry. I've never seen a 5v1 post plant where the team just sits all on this rafter side going in towards tower or towards heaven, apologies, and just wait for the turret to call things out, and then we'll swing after the fact. It's a flawless round, though, for Park University, and they'll be very happy with that result. MST Gold, I'm sure, aren't very happy with it. Not getting very many credits. He couldn't defuse, couldn't get a kill to maybe get some little bit of extra. It means 5 SMGs are going to be facing off against them next round, this round. And while they will have rifles, it's not always the end game here, Dallas, especially with how tight these corners can be on this map. Them swinging out of A here, where it looks like MST Gold are going to meet them, could be very dangerous.
Yeah. Round 3. Anything could happen. 3-0 will be huge. 2-1 will be expected. But a 2-2, impossible. Doesn't really matter too much. Got to push onto a side. Got to get something here. And Park already going ahead and getting themselves a nice little bit of a leeway as they've already gone ahead and gunned down plenty of players. But there it is. Finally, the hole coming through there from the Sage. Able to go ahead and heal everything up. But you can't really stop a Jet. It's sitting over you duelist. You're probably going to see the duelist win that 9 times out of 10.
Especially with the high ground. Big Star Wars fan, you typically see how that one pans out. Speaking of panning out, Recur's apparently panning their mouse as jarringly as our replay we had before, our cinematic screen. Just couldn't find a target and couldn't keep it steady on the target they chose initially. That allowed for Babalas to deal with the target at hand, and that means they'll have 2 rifles they secure and hold on to that they steal away from MST Gold. And on top of that, they've had a very dominant start here for an attacking side. 3-0 starts. MST Gold haven't found the answer defensively, and maybe this is indicative of the fact that it's not their map pick and they just weren't really ready for it to be selected.
Well, gotta say, a hand to Park. Plain and simple. When those 3-0s, I mean, you see plenty of breathing room off those kind of positions. Very good stance for them, knowing they can just kind of go ahead and capitalize on top of it. Samurai making these expensive releases to start things off, but even then, better yet, doubling down there for 2. I don't know what happened in a round like this, but
It's different.
It came out eventually. I mean, props to you.
Last rifle collected. Only 1 player will need to buy up a rifle. It's Squiggle. They're bottom fragging 0-4. I want to hear your take on this, Dallas. Raze was pretty much a bind and split only agent for the longest time. Truly speaking, only played on bind and split. Now has found pretty nice home on Ascent. Can be played on Haven occasionally. Still really good on split and bind. Bind obviously out. Split was out for a while too. But I would dare say, with the change of the fact that Sage is no longer required, the Ice Wall is not as big of an issue, Cypher has had a lot of changes for their kits, I would dare say Raze is no longer the must-pick you need on a map like this. Especially with the Roomba having its duration decrease.
Oh yeah, the nerf on the Roomba was huge. I think it comes down to playstyle more importantly, or like what guns you can find. I still think that Razes with judges, like Razes that are good with their blast packs, honestly are some of the best hires any team can find.
Yeah.
Because they will absolutely demolish an eco round. Just give them 1,600 creds and they couldn't care less. They're going to find results again and again and make that thing really expensive. But we just don't see a lot of players kind of utilizing Raze as that. They just kind of play off those paint shells, like to flood out these areas and not really look for the oppression based off of it. And on Split, this map specifically, with how small and how narrow it is, this is the perfect place to just let that thing fly. But I mean, as you said, I mean, it's not really a necessity. What it is staying alive. Right here, right now. 3v2 right here for MST as they're looking to get themselves another plant down. But Park, honestly, they've gotten the job done so far in their own regards. I think so long as they just kind of stick it together into their guns, they can get it done.
This was a 5v3, and Park University have let it become a 3v2.
Oh, hello.
Now down to the 1v1. Tofu, quick on the pounce, thankfully shutting down Kakashi if you're an MST Gold fan. Park University, well, they're none too happy, I'm sure. They've been quite vocal about that one. Defuse goes out for MST Gold. We'll bring things to a 3-2 score margin. That one a lot closer than the one before, and Squiggle may need some assistance here, Dallas, to purchase up a weapon. Thankfully, you got a pretty good amount of money for everybody. Could be a little bit, stringent in regards to that weapon in hand. If you have a showstopper, it could also be brought out and use that as a way to strip a weapon from Park's hands.
Enemy remaining.
But I'm starting to think maybe a thrifty round for them, considering how back and forth this game has been, and MST Gold taking the last two.
Yeah.
Park has still been punished for their buys, and it's pretty rough, especially when you give up a 5v3.
Get out of my way.
Yeah, 5v3. It's rough.
Early updrafts, Blaze-Storm looking for a little bit of an effect early on. Not going to happen. A lot of emphasis on this one player really getting everything done. And honestly, Blab could do something if you just didn't get slammed in the back of the dome. A little unfortunate, but still kind of expected when you're expected to clear everything here for the rest of your squad.
Jazz finds a bit of information, swinging away from vending. Fargo just trying to find as many picks as they can. You're not really hunting for a guarantee win. You're hunting for
Player
impact.
standing.
They're finding it
Spike down
to a
A.
degree. Mostly against themselves, and that's kind of an issue. Park University will allow a flawless round, though they had already gotten one before, so, they can't complain too much, but they just tie things up 3-3. With the first 3 rounds falling to Park University, and then since then, MST Gold have had the more dominant performance.
No charges left.
Tell you one player we haven't necessarily seen that much of here, Dallas. It's been Samurai. Samurai had a great performance on map What Haven. In fact, I think some of those earlier rounds that were really won were off the back of Samurai picking up 3Ks.
Yeah.
Really giving them the man advantage. Something that MST Gold tend to hold on to once they gain it. Stepping over to the, controller role, stepping over to the Astra. Responsibility has changed. The roles have changed. Here goes that showstopper. Big boom. Straight from the hands of Squiggy. Can't go much past that, though. It'll allow for recurse with a refrag, and maybe throw out the Cypher Cage another time. You're caught off guard, and it will be a pickup for Park to even things 3-3.
Yeah, got us gonna be done here, especially considering the trades. Not really too much emphasis on the side just yet for Park. Usually when these kind of kills go down lane, you're expecting a little bit of kind of backup off of it, a little bit more of a push, but problem is the fight was brought to them inside their spawns. They're just kind of left a little bit winded right now to figure out who could exactly be there off the rotation, where players set up around the map. And when you know that 5v5 matchup is going there initially, right there towards spawn, a flank could happen, anything could happen at all, quite frankly. And you're not quite sure what the result of it's going to be, so you're just kind of stuck. Like your feet are just glued to the ground, and you have to come up with a direction eventually. And it seems like Park is settling with direction 4.
Keep in mind, 3 ultimates are available for MST Gold. I would dare say the Resurrection just doesn't seem viable in this round, Dallas. The 2 deaths for MST Gold are a little bit too far over in A-main. I don't really anticipate that they'll pivot their Sage over there. But the Rolling Thunder, as well as the Cosmic Divide, could be huge for this retake to stop the momentum here of Park. No, they're going to swing all 3. They're going to go to A-main. They want this Resurrection. Mizzou, don't be the first player out. Kakashi is up top. Will they see them first? It's up high and mighty. Well, they'll get the frag. Mizzou get the res, and now a 4 versus 2 on site, but they've got to be fast. Cosmic Divide may be going up, but it's the Rolling Thunder first and foremost. Baba Yost up on high, and it's Mizzou to shut them down. Just Swipo in the back of sight, hiding behind screens, dealt with an MST.
No time.
No time. Too slow. Gotta be quicker than that. The retreat over to the Resurrection, not fast enough.
It's unfortunate to say the least, but
Unlucky.
yeah, get him next time. Good standing for Park though. No one in the mini then. This map finally going ahead, hitting some strides. A team actually accumulating and getting themselves 3 rounds back to back, especially in retaliation with that. I wouldn't say atrocious start, but unfortunate start for MST. You're kind of, all right, things are starting to look good here for both squads. We finally get a rifle round across the board. Still somewhat of a deficit somewhere with Park having 2 players only on half shields. But that's not a big deal because you're trying to compensate with the Seekers, which, well, aren't really finding all the results in the world that you need because you're too busy clearing other things.
One enemy remaining. Spike down.
Shot string true. MST find 3 early picks. Making a 4th. Kakashi, the last one standing, takes 2 more into the afterlife. It'll be a tough round for Kakashi. Swing over towards Mizzou. A single shot will get the job done, and that will be the case, though it does connect to the head just to really bury the point home. Retie things back up 4-4. It highlighted that, yeah, we see in the collegiate scene and even high school Dallas that this map, despite being really lopsided towards one or the other, is a little bit more even. But I am very worried for MST. if they are performing like this on a map that should be so favorited towards them, and they're performing like this, I think Park University may have something up their sleeve because they picked this map. They've got to feel confident on it. They could have a really good second performance, and we very well could be seeing our third map of choice.
Because already 4 rounds on the attacking side is extremely impressive. I mean, we see some teams only manage about 2, 3, and just kind of hold out on that on a consistent basis. But I mean, you go ahead and lock down 4, 8-4 half. Worst case, if you turn off your monitor right now, it's not the biggest deal in the world. You can most definitely manage something there during that prior half. But I mean, you got to see what can be done there. What can be kind of facilitated. What angles can come alive? Well, there's a really big one right there. And massive upgrading guns on the back of it. But maybe drop.
Squiggle finds a good pickup there towards Jazz, and Recurve follows suit, and in fact will throw their hat downward, hanging the locations. Second ping goes through. That's every player for Park University known in mid. And with a Sage still on the board for MST Gold and opting not to place the barrier orb there, they could replace it here in Tower, where once the noise is made towards ropes, they've got a crossfire, they could lock it down, but the barrier has been used. More likely towards A main. Squiggle will throw out a boost pack, just zoning away as best they can. Park University did not like the idea over there. They'll shrouded step up onto rafters, but a player down in ropes will be their undoing. And Samurai playing from Stairwell will find that final pick. Park University will acquiesce yet another round in a row towards MST Gold.
There you go. Again and again and again, running it up there. MST obviously expected to be favored in South, and especially carrying over the momentum from the last game. But still, I mean, for Park, I mean, their kind of game plans, I wouldn't say are really the most sporadic, not the craziest on the planet. So, I mean, for their attacking side, I'm expecting them to be stepping it up in that defense, as you mentioned earlier. That's where they should really just start hitting this thing home. But still, once again, this same exact lineup that we saw from Haven can be a blessing and a curse. Got the warm-ups in. You should understand how things are working. The results aren't really, I would say, marginally better by any means, but they're still there, and you're showing that you can kind of play with the best of them. But on your map pick, we're expecting a little bit of a lead at some point. You still have time to make sure that comes alive.
Lockdown finally going and ticking forward. Not a single player will be detained, something that MST failed to allow in the first map. Almost always getting detained. It was honestly shocking how much they were getting detained. Park University kind of ended the same problem, but a little bit better about it. Floopy takes down Mizzou, and Paint Shell did net a lot of damage on the Floopy, but they weren't able to secure because it was a bit too slow to zone away that stick. Jazz wide swings through recurs, now moving into alley, and gotta be a bit quicker on the constellations there, Samurai. Jazz finds yet another pickup, and it is a pretty costly round for the MST Gold side, a flawless one for Park University, who looked beautiful on that hold for the post plant.
Yeah, and actually just exerting pressure back there towards spawn as well there in the post-plant situation. I mean, that's very important on a map like this. You're in close quarters. Last thing you want to do is be flushed out. You want to make sure to keep on continuing that momentum because of how easy it can be to push onto a site. That's why a lot of teams like to struggle here because they go ahead and hold down these corners like they do anywhere else. And as I said earlier, it's kind of like fish in a barrel. You're kind of trapping yourself. You need to make sure to kind of spread out the map, look for somewhat of a flank, look for somewhat of a setup, alternate avenues when it comes around to actually holding on to a site rather than just utilizing the site, because it's not going to give you anything. It's just going to sit there. It's not going to provide anything for you besides pressure, besides an incentive for the opposite side. And that's where you can really start to lean into when you see these better teams utilizing split to their advantage. And that's why other teams hate this map, because they just want to play the traditional game and just kind of sit around, play the crossfire. And this map just isn't going to allow that to happen. But speaking of attacking sides, initial pushes on the site, you can see somewhat of a default coming through. Breach kind of playing over there towards the A side. Meanwhile, everybody else looking for somewhat of initiative there through the middle of the map, trying to see and scout what's going on there.
I'm honestly a bit worried for MST Gold. They like to play very dangerous angles where they would be highly rewarded if it were to work, but unfortunately be majorly punished if it falls. It's high risk, high reward. It works initially. Recurse gets one. Frag back. Mizzou. There it is. Samurai finding a pick back over here towards Blah Blah Yost. And with that flash from Jazz, something that has been pretty nice for the Park University side that will give them control now over here towards this B site. Forcing MST Gold on the rotate all the way from A with Squiggle and Mizzou. to try to find an answer. And look at the alley play from Park. They're going to pivot up to heaven. They're going to pivot and maybe trying to take control of the high ground. Plant is placed for alley, but on the other side of stack. Going to play as slow as they possibly can, but that's a lot of noise being made with the bouncing.
They don't see this coming at all.
They don't see it at all.
They're dead.
MST Gold are playing directly in the line of sight. Shots connecting for Jazz. It is a 1v2. Mizzou somehow scrapes into a 1v1, but Swipa was quick with the draw, and Park University will guarantee an
Last
even
round
half at the
before
minimum.
switch.
Last round to use our creds and abilities.
Well,
Don't waste your
good looking for
firepower.
Park here, knowing that they can finally squeeze out one more, play around that. Even then, I mean, as I mentioned it, play around the map. Work for that spike, push past it, go into spawn. Don't overextend, but just kind of play your side of the map. Take control there. I always like to compare it to a pie chart a little bit. Don't go ahead and just take one section of it where that site's supposed to be. Go for the entire thing.
Get out of my way.
Get control of the entire map and surround your opposition, because nobody ever checks behind themselves. Nobody ever checks to the left or to the right until they're entering on the site. Once they get there and they understand what's going on, you get those default areas, and if you're anywhere but except for those default areas, which, I mean, I'd say that you get the primary, secondary, tertiary, once those are gone and expired, you are absolutely screwed. But already still, Park able to go ahead and kind of lose a body in the meantime, but a pretty good trade coming out from it regardless of that.
Shots going back the other way. Tofu unfortunately can't outlast against the Blade Storm, forcing Squiggle to refrag there with the Guardian. You highlight how much you love that weapon, Dallas. It is a very positive and solid one, and Squiggle has a great position to work from with that up in tower. Spike not having gone down. Park. Kakashi's got to move in to grab this as quick as they can.
I have the spike.
But look how slow MST are playing. 2 through back tower. Security. Kakashi will stick this plan and now force Red Time. It looks like they'll use their full ultimate from the shadows to pivot back over towards tower. Plant is not set for there. They'll just stick it, and the slow orb guarantees the loss. Even with that shrouded step, showstopper out, might as well. Kakashi gets a 4K, but you lost the round.
Switching sides.
MST Gold, what a come out. Just anticipating that use of the ultimate and playing perfectly against it.
And that's all it really comes down to. I always mention, not overextending, kind of play around that side of the map. Once you go all the way literally into spawn, that's where, okay, that line was definitely, I don't know where it is exactly depending on the player, but it's behind you. I can say that much. So regardless, so even across the board, split on a map like this, a little bit unfortunate there from Park. They're on the attacking side, knowing this is their map pick, but even then, I mean, I'd say a little bit more embarrassing for MST, considering that on the defensive side of this map, you're supposed to go crazy, but it's just admirable across the board knowing that these two are able to kind of match it up on that side of the map. This is where we have to see the different setter. This is where we have to see a shift in the tone and the play style, and better yet, these compositions really start to highlight themselves.
Spike down A.
Shots connecting. Floofy gets first, while Yost at the other end of the second. Frag for frag, trade for trade. MST Gold now on the attack, though. A quick pivot up through ramp. All the way in now towards tower. Stopped at the gate, though. They took their time waiting for the Uto and the flash dump to maybe give them spacing. Jazz will finish off onto Samurai, and shockingly enough, Recurse actually survives that initial play. What a flick over! Jazz should have had the kill, but it's denied. Just Kakashi, they'll need the 4K they had previously, but it's not going to happen. Mizzou, with only a classic, gets the job done, and MST Gold will be the first round victor, unlike that first half. Here for the second.
Good exchanges there.
Enemy remaining.
I love seeing pistol rounds are done full, but even then, I mean, better yet for MST to be winning a round like that, especially with Park winning those first initial 3. We see MST once again kind of being put into a point in this game, especially on this attacking side where they're saying, look, we get a luxury of starting things off. We get the first 2 to play off of, and even then maybe a third on that. I mean, no matter what, you get those first 2 initial on the attacking side. That's where everything starts here for Split, because, I mean, you don't get very much opportunities when you actually get those rifles. Very easy corners to clear. Not very much long-range scenarios. Just closure left and right where you really need it, where you look for it. So already, even then, where you're looking for players, you're not going to find too much of that boom bot because of that nerf that came through. That thing would have gone all the way back over to the B side, but it's only going to cut a little bit shy here. Meanwhile, you're going to find the kills and get the information. There's plenty of ropes and 2-3 kills on the board behind it.
Try to escape out of this round if you're going to miss T player without losing a single man. You want to make sure you keep all 5, a lot like Park University did on their attempt. It seems like it may actually come to fruition. Until Floofy gets their hands on one. Could go for a second as well. Please don't swing this Samurai. Wait for the team. We've got 2 players with full HP. You don't have to regress here. They're also denied to the angle. Great gravity well.
Spike planted.
Gotta swing this raise first. It's Squiggle. Thankfully there for the pickup. Only losing 1 weapon. Slightly worse than what Park University managed to do on the second round of this map. But it's still a positive spot for MST to work from. They just gotta repeat what Park did. Getting 3 in a row. Maybe trying to go to the 4th and 5th. Not letting them thrifty out for that next. Or we kind of were surprised that MST took the 4th round, Alex. But it's just about maintaining that space. And I think Ace side is one of the better ones to take because you can just cut off the chances for a sight line from tower where the rifles are better and play those cheekier corners with the SMGs.
Well, there's an opportunity to once again kind of show it up. Get a bit of the vengeance from what happened to you in that 3rd round last time. But it all starts with the B push heaven. And a lap around. MST's moving right now.
A track and field team at heart, it seems. Not just esport, but sport. Bit of a rough time trying to get out of middle, though. It's Swipo with a huge nano swarm. Spike is caught off. They're going to send every player here, and it works. Mizzou alone gets 2 of those final shots to conclude, though a lot of assistance from the team that's around them. Jazz has to watch high and low as they'll drop out from rope and stay up on rafters. Mizzou will go ahead and place a barrier orb once they've guaranteed that they've planted and grabbed that rifle in place. But it is Takashi. Oh my goodness. Saving the day for Park University. 3 kills, but so many rifles dropped. Still a costly round for Park University. But you got the win. Great play there from Blava.
I don't know if they get that if you don't have the flank there. I mean, Kakashi's sitting in the back of the map, kind of taking that off angle, looking for that. I quite frankly don't think you get it. I mean, when you're rushing through the map like a Twitter mob, just it is outstanding what you can really accomplish there. I mean, even then, I mentioned already close angles on this map, this SMGs. This is where they can actually really start to excel and just be absolutely, utterly disgusting. But even then, regardless, Park, even off the back of a round like that, you're expecting, hey, things are going to look good for us. We got another round, but at what cost? Because you were barely crossing the margin to say, look, that was a successful round. You got a singular number on the board, but you sacrificed 4 players' numbers in their pockets.
Shots will connect from Jazz. It's a shorty to get the job done. Interestingly enough, the rifle from Kakashi is holding a very long angle, and look at the firing squad from MST. We had a great angle there. Still hovering over the dead player of Kakashi up on that stack. Just watching the onslaught of tracers come from MST. Lava Yost. Bit of a dangerous fight for that second swing. Tofu had just enough ammo left in the Phantom, though, to secure it. And it's just Floofy now remaining in a 1v3. They'll pivot in through Alley. The barrier orb, though, put in place and allowed to solidify. And Floofy will have to take their darn time dealing with this. It's such an annoying piece of util. And to make matters worse, Mizzou resurrects 1 more player. It's a 4v1. And another rifle saved. And Park kind of spent a lot for that round, I would say. To a modicum of a degree. Keeping the rifle from Kakashi in the round before. Meeting to it. And it still nets a loss. So they'll have to bring rifles in this round. And they don't even have enough money to have players with all armor.
And even then, I mean, you're left with absolutely nothing. I understand what you're kind of setting up for in that last round, but this whole kind of flip-flop here, if MST wins this round and wins the next, I mean, you could call a game at that point. When you see an attacking side gaining momentum on split, you just don't see that happen very often. So when it does happen, you're saying, okay, well, how big is this snowball? How big is it really? Obviously, a lot bigger than what we expected. Something has slipped into the cracks, and apparently it's going to be Cypher, considering that you got a first blood over there towards A. The rest of the team is just kind of sitting around and taking that mid control. They can do whatever they want to, but they don't really feel that luxury considering they're just still sitting back.
Wickers is having to play by themselves on ramp for now. MST Gold, though, once they have that full go-ahead that they have in fact picked up a positive frag on that A side, they're going to start to move the whole team there. From sewer, through ropes, whatever it takes. They're taking this site in numbers. Recurves up towards Rafters, takes down Jazz. It's just Blabayast up nearby. They'll deal with Tofu, but short-lived success. Mizzou gets the refrag back, and it leaves a 4v2. Having to climb back. Kakashi is the player to do it. They've already dealt with Samurai, but 2 on elbow, and that is the most dangerous game you're playing. It is just Recurves now with the 3K. Dropping into the paint shells, a dangerous spot again for Kakashi, and they can't deal with Mizzou nor Recurves. That was cheesing that corner. MST Gold have reached double digits, and they want to end this here and now.
Yeah.
And Park have nothing, Dallas. They have no money to their name. They're going to have to eco again.
I mean, MST have won a Thrifty in this game so far.
Yeah.
They've won
Round
on
4.
one inside this map. Park, I don't even think has made any of these expensive so far, any of these ecos. I mean, I think they have maybe one instance where they got it down to 2, but they haven't really kind of actually nailed them down consistently. That's something that they're going to have to get their eyes out for. The pressure
You're not
isn't really
making it
there,
costly, you're just not helping.
and that just doesn't help the case. Your Blaze from has to find at least one. They got to trade themselves out.
At least a 1-for-1 now. There's at least something there. Floofy, though.
Okay.
Can't regrowth on yourself, but at least you go for a 1-for-1 trade again. This round will be costing MST no matter the result that comes out of it. That's 2 more rifles that are dropped. They'll hopefully make it 3. Park University want to be able to clutch on to as many chances as they can get. Swipo with only a classic playing within security. Kakashi working in from main. But unfortunately, it looks like Mizzou's playing on the far side of that crate. Gotta connect that shot a little bit faster. This is the chance. Kakashi can't connect, though, onto Swipo, and it will fall, or sorry, Squiggle, and it will fall the other way. And MST Gold, it is at least more costly, Dallas. But because Park failed to make it costly all the other rounds, they've got so much money still. Oh. Blah, blah.
Yeah. Speaking of costly.
Playing a dangerous game with your credits there. If you've been filing your taxes correctly, blah, blah, how do you afford that?
I mean, hey, we'll see. Where's the setup? B-side? Okay. Yeah, Observer, let's get this.
There's a miss. They're going to push it.
All right, let's not do it like that now. Come on, I get it. Let's not rub it in.
MST. MST. You hear the operator shot and typically would go elsewhere. But they have a raise, Dallas. They don't have to deal with the slowness of a tailwind and only a single tailwind. They can just go in with 2 boost packs and a giant showstopper. A gorgeous dismantling of Park University. And this was their last buy round. They bought everything. They brought the kitchen sink. They were praying one more round. Give them this chance. Get to 8. Slow down the MST Gold side. And play from there. They're not playing around, and MST aren't either. And now, they're the only team playing. And maybe the only team playing on, as this is make it or break it territory. Park University now 1 round away from being sent home, where they should already be, technically speaking, at their university, in their dorm room, whatever they are. They're about to be sent there to stay there and out of the NECC for this playoff session.
Match point.
Oh, you got a Phantom. You got a lot of ultimates.
One enemy remaining.
Just a beautiful round, Dallas.
Yeah, full takeover.
It was the best possible play for him. A lot of teams are scared of that operator shot, like I mentioned, and they'll swing the other way. And I think that's what Park University were relying on. They gotta raise, you don't.
Yeah, I mean, that's another thing of like why Raze is just so insane on this map. I mentioned those blast packs. Those alone. I mean, operators, there's so little distance for every single lineup that you can just close it within a matter of seconds. That is just the kind of potency that you want out of it. It's not a Haven C long situation. Most gap you get to close is like, in comparison, is like B window right on there on the site. So already nice little hole there coming out from Park. The force that they needed, resulting in a little bit. And even then, there goes your sage. So this is a good standing here for Park, especially knowing that they need every single round past this point.
Cosmic Divide's down. This was an interesting decision from MST Gold to go for this. Kakashi gathers information over on long. Nobody's in lobby. It's more likely than not still everybody holding out inside mail. They're going to close out Garage with the smoke, though, just to be sure. Beakers may will be the first person out of the gate. Send down a Cypher Cage. Close out towards Stairwell. They'll drop down rope. They'll put one person on Rafters, more likely than not. It'll be Samurai to clear after the fact, but it is still recurs with the first blood. Clears off Rafters with just Kakashi. That's a lot of ultimates being used here in this round. Lockdown in place. Samurai and Male still left off guard. And MST Gold have been given another 5v3 return. Spike down. Safe away from the lockdown, but Floofy pounces on recurs. No one's detained. Seekers go down. It's over the top. They know that Samurai's still behind them. But do they have the safe space to go for it? Plant is not set up for Garage, but thankfully the util there for your breach will zone them away for now. Did it get stuck to half? It did. Time not on their side. Stun goes forward again. You got to swing faster, Samurai. Not fast enough. But at least you make it costly. Park will scrape another round by and will survive for a bit longer.
Survive's the best way to put it, knowing that buys still aren't going to be available to them, or at least for everybody. You do see a couple of those kind of coming through. You see rounds just kind of coming out, money accumulating in the back end for them, but still, not a modicum of what they could really have. Just kind of nail this thing home. So, once again, you're going to get scrappy. All these rounds past this point, you are going to experience every single round to be like this. Until you hit a 3-round kind of threshold, you start getting that maximum money for winning, and you can actually then start making the sacrifices. As it stands right now, you get to stay alive, and MST just aren't letting that happen.
Squiggle gets past Kakashi because Kakashi was still trying to use their Shrouded Step and Paranoia to get up on top of that stack. Squiggle gets away from it, cuts down for a great gravity well. What a gorgeous well. Forces them back. Squiggle for the one. Kakashi falls after that, and it is MST Gold. They know Park has no ultimates.
Yep.
They do not have anything they can work with. They'll have to go guns up. Rolling Thunder going the other way. Bubba Yas gets tagged by it, and while Jazz goes through unscathed, it is just more time bought in favor of MST Gold, and they are punching their ticket home. They will be your victors here in a 2-0 fashion in the semifinals. They move on. The Challengers Gateway Division, MST Gold will continue as the #1 seed to move forward this playoffs undefeated.
Yeah, it's good looking here for the likes of MST Gold. I mean, knowing that obviously coming in here with the favor, with the ranking that they were expecting, this is now the second matchup we've seen. The #1 seed beat out the #4 seed in a 2-0 fashion. But, I mean, this map was definitely a lot more reminiscent of these teams being closer. A very good testament to these squads and what they can do. I mean, especially considering Split and how difficult of an attacking map this is. For MST to be winning this thing out, you got to keep your eyes on what they can do in the finals coming up here soon.
It was a really close matchup. We called it. It was either going to be extremely lopsided one or the other. It was going to be close through and through. Collegiate and high school tend to be more close, and that came through, especially when you were talking about the Challengers Division. Talking about champions, it was a great play. Great replay there to Blah Blah Yas. I love that moment. When you're talking about champions, a little bit more of that lopsided nature that Split tends to be, Dallas. This is one of those big plays as well coming out from Squiggle. They repeated that in that final round. While they didn't have a showstopper to do it, they swept around that corner. A wonderful assistance. I cannot understate how much I adored Samurai as well there. To suck in, to gravity in that player. They just were the better team. Utility, and then guns when it mattered. And that second half was where it mattered, when they managed to equal things out.
I think, honestly, I mean, look at this squad and seeing what they're doing. Park, I mean, they had themselves a little bit of a rough night. Just already starting things off. Haven didn't really go in their direction. You look at these older maps and you say, okay, things are looking pretty all right. I mean, you expect teams to kind of know it and even then kind of keep them relatively close. Kind of sit around at least 8 rounds, I would say, for the losing side. Kind of shows a level of comfort there on the map. But problem is, you were really rounding things up. You're trying to get to that point, and you were just shy of it, showing that going into the second map, you weren't really meeting the expectations of yourself, better yet, than anybody else, your fans, the players, your coaches. I mean, just your own expectations. Split, I'm happy to say that they showed up. I mean, they did. They were able to compete. They were able to hold themselves, hold their own. But, I mean, this was their map pick. We needed that lead a lot earlier. We couldn't let that kind of leeway happen early on. Knowing those first 3 rounds went over to the side of Park, you were expecting results there immediately. And you found them. They just didn't really linger around all for that long because the next 3 afterwards, it was completely mitigated.
it was a close series. All in all, I mean, truly speaking, it is a number 1 seed facing a number 4 seed, and it's a revenge matchup, right?
Yeah.
They lost to them. The number 1 seed, MST, lost to Tark University in week 2. They've been trying to make up for that every week since, and have gone flawless because of it. Now, they didn't have to play their quarterfinals because it was a forfeit victory against the number 5 seed, or number 8 seed. Let me double check my notes here. Number 8 seed, the Mizzou Spartans. The MBU Spartans. Sorry, I'll throw that the other way. The Michigan Spartans, I think technically what it is. They didn't have to play that game, but they still came in here hot and riled up to find themselves a victory, and that's one of the big factors. Missing a game and missing a series can really hurt the momentum of teams. And it always sinks to see a forfeit in general, but they likely would have won it in the first place, and they have most definitely earned their spot in playoffs through the season, and now here with this victory against Park University, who did show they can play with the big dogs, just barely not getting that edge they needed. We're going to take a break, though, and then we're going to get an interview after that point with a player out on the M team. MST can show and tell everybody what they did to get to this point. We'll see you guys when that's ready to get underway.